Well, good evening, everybody. Tori here from Overlook Horizon. It is the late night hours here for me, but we're here. We're here for SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission. Super exciting mission that I've been pumped about for months now, because this is, I don't know, this is what we kind of want to see in spaceflight in general. I mean, we've got a commercial crew launching don't confuse it with a commercial crew program. This is a private crew launching to space, kind of like regular space flight for the average Joe. They're not really average. It's not so average, but we're getting there. It's a step in the right direction. This is a non-NASA crew launch. This crew has nothing to do with NASA. It has nothing to do with Roscosmos. It has nothing to do with the ESA. This is Polaris Dawn. So we got two SpaceX employees, retired Air Force colonel. Is Kid Potita, was he a colonel in the Air Force? What was he? I don't know. Can't remember what his title was. Lieutenant Colonel. Oh, I was close. Lieutenant Colonel Scott Kid Poteet. And of course, everybody knows Jared Isaacman, the CEO of what's the name of his company? Shift 4. I was drawing a blank on that. CEO of Shift 4, the payment processor. So, big exciting mission today for Polaris Dawn, and we're looking like we might get a launch attempt today. It's not so much. It's not looking great for weather, but it's not looking horrendous for weather either. So we can take a look here and go to. Although I can't say that I'm overly thrilled about the streaming on X quality here, because I'm like, right now, I got perfect internet connection with plenty of bandwidth. Obviously, I'm live streaming here in 60 frames per second, but I can't. Look, I'm getting the circle of death here on the live stream, which is just driving me nuts. But good news is, here, we'll try this again here. The good news is that SpaceX is indeed live, so it kind of looks like they're going to give it a good attempt here to go for it anyways, despite the weather not being super favorable. Right now we're 40% go for launch, meaning 60% no go. So we still got a chance. It's not horrendous. It's not too bad. But let's see. Let me get our one thing I forgot to get prepared here is get our chat ready so that I can put your chat messages up on the screen. Let's see. Give me 1 second to figure out how to do this without messing up the stream here. And then we'll say hello to everybody and get some comments here. Let's see. I need to go here, and then I need to go here and edit this and change this to the current live stream, which is this one. And then it should work. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now let me get out of this. Okay. Oh, you can't even see me anymore. Here I am. I'm here. I'm still here. I know what I'm doing. I promise. I'm a professional. Anyways, let's check in with everybody and let's see what's going on. We'll come back to this view here for a moment while we check in with everybody, because we got a long ways to go. We got 3 hours and 14 minutes until launch. We'll turn up SpaceX a little bit. We'll listen in. We'll get some of the updates. Of course, if anybody hears any updates and I'm not paying attention to it, feel free to shout at me in the chat. Send over any questions you have about the mission in chat. Anything interesting you found out about the chat that you want to share with the class, let us all know. We'll hang out. We'll chat it up until launch time, 3 hours and 13 minutes from now. Hopefully, this is a big launch window. There are 3 launch opportunities. So the first one coming up in 3 hours and 13 minutes. There's another one that's about 2 hours later at 5. So this is at 3 a.m. Eastern time, 3:38. There's another one at 5 a.m. Eastern time and another one at 7 a.m. Eastern time. So let's just hope that they don't try to push it all the way to 7 o'clock, because really don't want to just stay up all night. But I would like to go to bed at some point tonight. That would be nice. But yeah, so right now they're targeting the opening of the window. Let's just hope that that works out all right. All right, let's check in with everybody. We'll say hello and see what's going on. See who's checking in with us in the late night hours. Who stayed up with us to hang out for Polaris Dawn and didn't go to bed? Baraka is with us. This is we watch here to get more information and education from Tori. Will you watch to get something? I don't know. Hopefully I can provide a little bit of that. It's very nice of you. Thank you very much. Wes Quist, recognize West from some of our previous streams. It's a name I can't forget right there. Kelowna, British Columbia. Kelowna. Hello, Wes. Thanks for tuning in to us here. And I popped this one up during my test. Wilson says, hello, guys. Hello, Wilson. Thanks for joining us. Wilson! Wilson's looking forward to this mission, as am I. I'm super pumped for this one. JC Stalling says, the entire world is watching this. The entire world's watching me? No, I don't think so, but this mission, a lot of people will be interested in this mission. We'll get into kind of the details of exactly what's going on. But it's going to be a really, really cool mission. I'm pumped about this. And JC's also just saying hi to me. Tori. What's up, Tori? 100% love the channel. Thank you very much. MHB grandson. I don't know why I said that so strangely, but thank you very much. Marco says, thank you for taking the time and creating this live. Thanks for taking the time and joining this live. Happy to have you here. Why can't I scroll? Scroll. There we go. Daniel also popping in, says, thanks for doing a late night stream. It is late nights. We're about midnight here where I am on the East Coast, same as same as where the mission is launching from. We'll get into some of those details just a minute after we stop or get through everybody here. Pete's here from Alberta. Hello, Pete. Warren from Denver, Colorado. Thanks for popping in. Nathaniel was about to head to bed, but then he got a Discord notification that you were live. I'm here. Good thing you didn't go to bed. You look tired. Are you going to make it? Don't think I will. Well, I'm not sure how I feel about you saying that I look tired, but you're right. I don't know if I'm going to make it. We're going to try. This is like way past my bedtime. But I'm here for you. I'm here for you. You just remember that. Also, one thing before we get too far, just in case you're not paying attention, this is the Polaris Dawn mission. It's Jared Isaacman is running this. He did it with Inspiration 4. He's doing it with Polaris Dawn again, but he's using this as a bit of a fundraiser and drawing attention to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. And so if you look at this live stream, particularly on YouTube, if you're watching on any of the other ones on Facebook or Instagram or Twitch or X, I'm on 5 platforms all at the same time. YouTube's the main one. If you go over to YouTube, or if you're already on YouTube, you'll see that there's a fundraiser for this particular launch here for St. Jude's. So any funds that you donate during the stream today are going to go directly to St. Jude's Memorial Children's Hospital. And so we're going to try to raise some funds for that. So consider donating. None of it's coming here. You would donate to the fundraiser right on YouTube, and it goes to St. Jude's. The last time that we did this, it's probably going to be tough to do it this time around because we're like in the middle of the night. And so probably not as many people are going to join us live. But the last time for Inspiration 4, we actually raised, just on this channel, we raised $10,000 for St. Jude's, which was insane. It was crazy. I think that number is going to be hard to beat, especially being a 3 a.m. launch. But consider donating for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. It's a great cause. I mean, how can you go wrong with that? So there is that fundraiser there. Anyways, all right, let's talk about what the mission is here. We've got SpaceX's up and running here. We'll check in with them. We'll pop in with them every once in a while. We do want to see the astronauts here. So if we get, hopefully we don't miss this here, but you can see the astronaut door there. They are currently suiting up. And they're getting ready for crew walkouts, but they are not suiting up at the Neil Armstrong suit up building, which is where NASA crew members suit up. So this is actually a suit up building that's right next to the 39A launch pad. So one thing you'll see, my timeline that's over there on the left-hand side there, there's a note that says the crew departs for launch pad 39A, and then the crew arrives, and there's like a 15 or 20 minute gap between all those. It's not going to be 20 minutes. I didn't update the timeline because I wasn't really sure how long it was actually going to be, but it's really like a 2-minute drive to get from this building to the launch pad because they just have to right up the ramp. They're not coming all the way from the Neil Armstrong building. So it'll be a little bit faster, which is kind of nice. So here we go. Graham's kicking us off. How do I highlight this on the screen? Can I not highlight this? Well, Graham's kicking us off with a $20 donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Thank you very much, Graham, for starting us off. Why can't I highlight it on the screen? Well, I can't highlight it on the screen, but I can give it a heart, at least. I can definitely do that. Thank you very much, Graham, for starting us off strong. Terry Q, also with a donation. Terry Q and Graham, you guys are rock stars. Thank you for donating to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. We're up to $40 already for St. Jude's. That's pretty awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. I don't know why it doesn't show it on my screen. I'm supposed to be able to show. Oh, I almost put you in timeout, Graham. That was an accident. I didn't mean to do that. You're good. You're good. All right, so let's talk about the mission. Hopefully I don't miss. The astronauts look like they're about ready to come out any moment here. So usually they depart for the launch pad at about 3:05 on the timeline clock there. So we're pretty much right now is when the astronauts would come out. But that timeline is based on them coming out of the Neil Armstrong suit-up facility, not this building that's right next to the launch pad. So I don't know if the timeline's going to be the same. Hopefully it will. They'll still come out of that roughly the same time period. They'll just get to the launch pad faster. I'm not sure. But we'll keep an eye on that. So just to give us an idea on what's going on. The Polaris Dawn mission. Oh, I was just about to switch over here. Well, good thing I didn't, because here's our astronauts. And look at this. They have their visors down. You can't even see them.
Wow, they just look so cool, don't they?
They really do.
They came out with their visors down, which I thought was really awesome. Now they got their visors up.
Why do I have no volume?
On the roof
Some
there.
we
nice
go.
dance moves.
Core on countdown. Crew walkout is on schedule.
Yeah, and you can see even just with how they're waving and moving their arms around, really the IVA suits are not capable of doing that type of motion. So you can really see that even though the suits do look similar, as we've said, there's quite a few upgrades that have gone into these suits.
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to seeing if the astronaut lean back move will look any different than what we've seen with the IVA suits. So yeah, at first glance, they might not look super different from the intravehicular suit or IVA suit that we've seen before. And oh, look at this great view of mission specialist and medical officer Anna Menon there on the far right-hand side of your screen. To the left of her is Sarah Gillis, also a mission specialist. To the left of her, but in a different vehicle, is our pilot, Kid Poteet. And on the very left-hand side of your screen, of course, is Commander Jared Isaacman.
This is like one of my favorite views, getting to
Cool
almost
view.
be inside of the cars with them, but getting to see the crew in their suits. Again, they use these vehicles to help keep cool air flowing through their suits as well, so they can connect their umbilicals into these vehicles as they make their way to the launch pad. But they also get to listen to, hopefully, at least a song on the way to the launch pad. It's only going to be about
it's like
5
one
minutes.
song.
Yeah, pretty short playlist.
But they do get to pick, even though it's a short ride, their one song that they get to listen to is chosen by each of the crew members. So.
Yeah, so usually they got like about 15 to 20 minutes to go from the Neil Armstrong building all the way to the launch pad. So their playlist is a little bit longer. This time they're just pretty much going from the building that's right at the bottom of the launch pad. They're just right up the ramp. And yeah, it's like 2 minutes.
They all look so excited.
Great color palette here, too, with the white of the suits and the white of the Teslas. Looks great.
Yeah.
What I'm curious, we haven't seen a shot of license plates, because a lot of time the Teslas have some kind of a slogan or a saying spelled out on the plates.
Unique to the mission, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they've got anything.
They're
for
on the
this one.
move.
Yeah, I guess we'll see,
Short
because
trip,
they
but-
are now making moves. You can see the support vehicle leading the way with the 2 Tesla vehicles, bringing the Polaris Dawn crew on their way to the launch pad.
This is core on countdown.
Oh,
Crew
clear-
transport to the pad is in progress.
We can see music is clearly going on as we got some conducting there momentarily.
Very excited crew heading to the pad here.
Yeah, just like Jesse mentioned, there is still cool nitrox or nitrogen oxygen air mixture flowing into their suits. That's what we saw the suit up team assisting with, helping to plug them in. So helping make sure that everyone stays comfortable in this short ride up to pad 39A.
There we go. They're heading up
big
the
smiles
ramp
there.
right now. There's the
Cruising.
they're pretty much there already. There's the vehicle.
The launch pad.
They're heading right up the ramp now. This is launch pad 39A, the big launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center. This is where they launch Falcon Heavy from. They've historically launched all their crew missions from here, but they are actually outfitting Slick 40 to launch crew as well. So we may see crew launches from both SpaceX pads in Florida in the future. Actually, I think Crew 9 is supposed to launch from there coming up in just a couple of weeks.
They've never done it on
Anonymous with a $5 donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Thank you very much. Obviously, don't know who you are, but whoever you are out there, Anonymous, another $5 donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Thank you very much. That is very generous, and we're off to the races, raising some money for a good cause today for St. Jude's in collaboration with the Polaris Dawn mission here. This will be, I don't know, I'm so excited about this one. All right, so they had mentioned this. Suits are a little bit different because this is a mission that's going to do the first commercial spacewalk. So they have EVA suits for external vehicular activity instead of IVA suits, which would be intravehicular activity that are meant just for inside the spacecraft. The new suits are meant for external activity. Little stiffer, little more protection. They look very similar. It's actually kind of amazing how similar they look, being that they're EVA suits. Like, it's kind of crazy that they were able to just, but you can't even tell from the average person just taking a look at it. Like, they look like the same deal. But they did say that, oh, there you go. It says for St. Jude on the license plate. Look at that license plate. That's cool. For St. Jude. Well, they're launching for St. Jude. We're raising for money for St. Jude here on the YouTube channel. So if you're watching on a different platform, head over to the YouTube side. Consider making a donation to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We're collecting that donation on the YouTube channel, or I guess YouTube is collecting it. I have nothing to do with it. I just attach it to the live stream, and YouTube does their fundraising magic. So anyways, I started saying with these EVA suits, typically the astronauts, there's always like a, the astronaut version of kicking the tires is to lean back and look up at the rocket before you ascend the elevator to go up at the top. And so they usually check over their vehicle and they do the astronaut lean back. And Kate Tice, the SpaceX commentator and engineer, said it might be interesting trying to do that lean back with these bigger suits. I guess they do look a little bit bulkier. They do look a little bulkier than what we're used to seeing. You know, the way they're walking is a little more robotic. Here's the astronaut lean back right here.
I love this shot.
There's a lean back, yeah.
Not quite as much as the IVA suits, but
It is a
This
bit
is
of a
great.
challenge where they are, because they're on the side of the vehicle with the strong back, and that'll recline a little bit.
Countdown. Crew have arrived at the pad.
And the core keeping track for us on the countdown net, telling us as major events have happened. Again, we're still right on time. But yeah, when they lean back, kind of got an obstructed view of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on top, because the strong back kind of is in the way. But that's just the price of coming up on the elevator side.
oh yeah, they've got a long way to look up. It's over 200 feet to the top of that rocket, so.
Nice moment here to get some photographs with the entire crew in front of their Falcon 9 rocket.
Is that John Krause?
Now, the Falcon 9 that's flying today is making its fourth trip to space. It previously supported the Crew 8 mission as well as 2 Starlink missions. And the Dragon spacecraft that they'll be flying in is Dragon Resilience, which first flew with the NASA Crew 1 mission and was followed about a year later with the Inspiration 4 mission.
And as we mentioned, this will be Jared's second time not only flying with SpaceX, but also this capsule itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in case you missed that, this is the same capsule from Inspiration 4.
First pair
So it'll feel a little familiar to Jared Isaacman.
have entered the elevator.
Might be a photographer there, the bottom left corner. Is that maybe John Krause, photographer extraordinaire?
Once again, that goes up to the 255-foot level.
Can't really tell, but he's the official Polaris Dawn photographer.
Once they get to that 255-foot level, they will walk up some stairs.
Looks
that'll
like
take 'em to
couple of them are getting ready to head up. So we'll be doing crew ingress here shortly, and then we get a long wait while they get the capsule all situated, because we're just under 3 hours to go.
And we can see these arrows on the ground marking the direction for emergency egress. So you will notice that they'll give a little wave there, some fist bumps. Like we've mentioned, there's been a lot of training that goes into...
Well, I was going to go into some of the details here, but now, of course, we're getting into some exciting parts. Graham's saying,
Jared Isaacman was the commander.
unless I missed it, can you tell us how far they're going? I know it's supposed to be furthest humans have been from Earth since Apollo. This is true. So I started showing this. We'll try to pop it up here real quick. There's a couple things that are, about this mission that are really pretty cool. So yeah, here, we'll switch over to this here real quick. While they're chatting it up here, we'll switch over. Oh wait, where's my this one here? All right, so just to get an idea of what we're looking at, so Polaris Dawn has got a couple of things that are going to be pretty awesome. So the one that Graham mentioned here, it's Earth orbit altitude record of 1,400 kilometers is going to be their apogee, or their furthest point above Earth. This will be the farthest that astronauts have been since the Apollo days, because it's way higher than the International Space Station is, and that's typically where we've been launching astronauts to for the last few decades here. So the International Space Station is usually between like 370 to 460 kilometers in altitude. So this is going to be way higher than that. 1,400 kilometers in altitude is the apogee. It's going to be an elliptical orbit, which means it's oval shaped. So you'll have one part that's really, really far away from Earth. That's the 1,400 kilometers. And then one part that's a lot closer to Earth. So it's going to be oval shaped there. We're also going to have the first commercial spacewalk utilizing those SpaceX EVA suits, those brand new EVA suits that they designed just for this mission. Then there's also, they have a new Starlink-based laser communication system, because this is something that's going to kind of stress the communications that would normally use for International Space Station, things like that. So now they're going to use Starlink laser-based systems for communication. So it opens up a whole new world with Starlink. So there's a Starlink laser communication system in the trunk of the Dragon that they will use and demonstrate and test on this mission. And then in addition to that, they're doing a whole bunch of science and research experiments. There's 40 experiments from 20 different institutions. They have some special contacts that they're wearing that are going to take eye measurements. So there's a whole bunch of cool science research that they're also doing on this mission as well. So we do have, let's see, we'll go to this one here. So this is going to be the fourth flight of this Falcon 9 booster. So it is a reused booster. Let's see if they're showing it. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure we don't miss the astronauts ingressing into the capsule too much here. We're launching from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center. We'll take a look at the map here in just a minute. Mission duration is going to be up to 5 days long for the actual mission. So they come back on day 5 to 6-ish, right in that time frame there. But it's about a 5-day mission. Now, it's going to be an inclined orbit, meaning that it's going to be tilted, not directly over the equator. It's going to be tilted. I'll show you the trajectory of that here in a minute. 51.6 degrees, which is very similar to the tilt that the International Space Station has. However, they will not be able to go to the International Space Station. That's one of the things that make this mission kind of risky, is the International Space Station is not an option for safe haven. So they are on their own in the Crew Dragon capsule. If there's an emergency, they just got to come back to Earth. There's no option, just based on the phasing of the International Space Station and the Dragon capsule, they're just not going to be able to meet up in space. So even if there's an emergency, they're not going to be able to meet up. So they would just have to come back to Earth. So it does kind of increase the risk profile quite a bit by not having that safe haven available. So the initial launch here is going to be into a 190 by 1200 kilometer orbit. So that's that oval shape or that elliptical shape that I was talking about, where the short side of the oval is going to be 190 kilometers in altitude. So it's actually going to be lower than the International Space Station. But the long side of that elliptical oval shape is going to be 1200 kilometers in orbit. So it'll be this big long shape where you have the 190 close to Earth, and then the other side is really far out at 1200 kilometers. Then they are going to, or they are signing the wall here before they, in the white room, before they get on board. But then they will raise their orbit to 190 by 1400. So the way they would do that is when they get to the perigee, the lowest point where that 190 is, they're going to fire the Draco thrusters and raise the other side, the long side, from 1200 to 1400. Then when they do the spacewalk, they're going to lower it to 190 by 700 for the spacewalk. And then they'll continue to lower their orbit to prepare for re-entry. So again, we've got a long 4-hour launch window that opens at 3:38. There's a couple more times available at 5 a.m. and at 7 a.m. If they have to delay, let's just hope that was not what we want to do. Got a couple more things that we can cover as well here. Here you go. So Inquisitive Dave says, what's the planned date for the spacewalk? Good segue, Inquisitive Dave. So I have that here somewhere. Maybe this one. Oh, let's make that a little bigger. It's a little bit blurry. But anyway, so here's the rough on-orbit schedule for Polaris Dawn. So flight day 1, that's launch, right? So they will launch immediately. They begin this pre-breathe process in order to prepare for the spacewalk. They're going to do some pre-breathing for a couple of days, actually, to kind of get rid of the nitrogen that's in their bloodstream so that they don't suffer from rapid decompression sickness. And they'll be preparing for that pretty much as soon as they get into space. They will pass through the inner regions of the Van Allen belts, or the Van Allen belt. So it's a lot of people that don't think we went to the moon. They think it's lethal to go through the radiation belt. It's not lethal. We've done it. You know, it's not somewhere where you want to hang out and just live there. We don't want to, but we can go through it for brief periods. It's not a big deal. And on day 1, they're going to do that orbital raise to 1400 kilometers. Day 2 will be spacewalk preparations. They have a book reading to St. Jude's patients. So again, in case you missed it earlier, this mission is a fundraiser for St. Jude's. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, I have a fundraiser for St. Jude's here on the channel. So if you consider donating, any of that money will go directly to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. And that's kind of, I don't know, that's one of the awesome things. Like, Jared Isaacman can afford to do this mission. But the fact that he's also doing a fundraiser for St. Jude's, like, it just, I don't know, it's kind of awesome that he's, gets all this mission gets all this attention, and he's taking the opportunity to make it a St. Jude's fundraiser as well. So I'm participating in that as well, if you want to consider donating to St. Jude's here. Anyway, so then flight day 3, in answering Inquisitive Dave's question, flight day 3 is the spacewalk, and they'll also have a live stream as well. So kind of excited. I plan to cover that as well. So let's see, if it launches on Tuesday, that would be Friday would be the spacewalk, I believe. Did I do that math right? Tuesday, Wednesday? No, I didn't do the math right. Thursday. Thursday would be the spacewalk. That would be day 3. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Listen, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I can math, just not at 1 o'clock in the morning. So I think Thursday would be the spacewalk. Then Friday will be a Starlink demonstration, testing that laser communication system. And then Saturday would be re-entry preparations, and re-entry would happen sometime Saturday night or maybe early Sunday. Splashdown's going to be near Florida at one of their 7 recovery sites near Florida. So that's the Polaris Dawn plan right now. See everybody getting checked out and getting ready to get in the vehicle. I think so we should talk about the astronauts that are going in there. Obviously, Jared Isaacman will get a lot of attention. He's the commander for the mission. The pilot is Kid Poteet, former lieutenant colonel. He's the one that just ingressed into the vehicle. So here's our crew right here. We got Jared Isaacman as our commander. Kid Poteet is our pilot. Sarah Gillis and Anna Menon are our mission specialists. Sarah and Anna work for SpaceX. So kind of awesome that they're going to space as well. Like, that's got to be crazy exciting for them. So, and then also on the website, I've never seen this before. I don't know if you guys, I don't think they've had this before, but they have a Follow Dragon map here, which looks like it's going to be a live map of where Dragon is. I don't remember them ever having this here. Maybe I didn't check it before, but on SpaceX's website, there's this live map right here that I think we'll be able to follow exactly where Dragon is during this mission, which would be, that'll be kind of cool. So I think everybody's in the capsule now. I didn't see, we missed Sarah and Anna going in the capsule, but we saw Kid Poteet go in, and there's Jared Isaacman. There we go. All 4 of them are in there, getting strapped in. 2 mission specialists on the outside. Kid Poteet is center left, and Jared Isaacman is center right. So they're going to get strapped in, get all connected into the vehicle, and get prepared for launch. Now, this part here, this gets a little bit long. So we've got capsule ingress that's happening right now. They'll do some communication checks. And then really the leak check and the hatch closure can take a really long time. But we'll hang out and we'll hopefully get there eventually. Really, the big question is going to be weather for today. So we'll take a look at the weather here, the weather forecast here. This is for mission execution forecast here from the 45th Space Wing Weather Squadron here, saying probability of violating weather constraints here is 60%. That means 60% no-go, 40% go. Main concerns are thick cloud layers, cumulus clouds, flight through precipitation. All of those are generally big no-goes we learned early on, primarily on Apollo 12, when we launched through big clouds and we generated rocket-induced lightning. That's where the exhaust cloud of the exhaust plume of the rocket going through thick cumulus clouds can actually generate lightning or trigger lightning to happen. And that's the whole, the famous SEC to AUX command that was given to kind of rescue the Apollo 12 mission after it was struck by lightning. So we don't do that anymore. We don't launch through thick clouds. We don't launch through big cumulus clouds. And we don't launch through precipitation so that we don't have rocket-induced lightning. So those are the main things. We've got scattered showers in the area. We just need a small hole to get through them. It doesn't have to be massive, massive hole. We just need a small hole to get through those clouds and precipitation. Upper level wind shear, not a big concern. But also, another concern is the ascent corridor recovery weather is a moderate risk. So that means one of the reasons why this mission has been delayed so many times is because not only do we have to worry about weather in Florida, but we have to worry about weather all along the ascent corridor all up this path here where the Dragon is going, because we need good weather in case they have to abort at any of those areas. And then we also need good weather at recovery areas off the coast of Florida. So there is so much weather they have to pay attention to. It makes it really, really difficult to plan this mission. Not to mention, we got a tropical storm over here, Francine, really kind of disrupting things in the Gulf of Mexico. So that's a problem. And then on top of that is it's a relatively short duration mission, and they can't go to the International Space Station for a safe haven. So they need to be sure that launch weather is good at Florida, ascent weather is good all along the path, recovery weather is good in case they have to come back immediately or abort or any of that kind of stuff. And on top of that, because there's no safe haven, they need to make sure that the recovery weather on day 5 is also likely to be good, because they have to come back. There's no safe haven. They can't stay up there forever. They likely have extra provisions, so they could stick it out a couple of days if they need to, but they can't stay there for 8 months like Butch and Sonny are doing on Starliner. They have to come back, and so there is so much weather that they have to pay attention to that's kind of the big problem. So they're looking at right now, this is current weather conditions. If we push forward just a little bit, we'll see launch weather conditions. We can scroll down here a little bit. We'll look at our radar. You can see these scattered storms that are in the area here right now. And so right now it's okay. We've got this gap here. We just need to make it through and we're good. That's our launch site weather. We got to look at the corridor here. So like things, we do land relatively close to land, so this stuff that's way out to sea, probably not that big of a deal. But we have abort modes that land over here off the coast of like North Carolina. We've got abort modes that land up here and up here. We start to get into some weather up here. Then there's another abort mode that lands over here, and then of course there's the possibility of aborting and coming right back to Florida, and that's where you could land in the Gulf of Mexico over here, off of Tampa, Pensacola, Jacksonville, Cape Canaveral, Tallahassee. There's a couple different landing sites around Florida. So tons and tons of weather considerations that they have to pay attention to. So really, there are, Andre Nunes says, with all the weather conditions that Tori explained, it seems like that it will be postponed. Let's see. Yeah, things are looking okay, but the problem is there's a million ways that they could abort and have to cancel and push it, and only one way that it can be acceptable. So that's really why it's, they keep pushing it and keep delaying it, but everything has to be perfect to launch, and there's a million things that might not be perfect, not even just with the rocket itself, just purely from a weather standpoint. There's a million things that have to be good from a weather standpoint. Here you go, missing Seattle. Can you look 5 days out? Why, yes, we can. So right now, the big concern 5 days out, we no longer have to worry about the ascent corridor 5 days out. Once they get to orbit, if they have to come back, they're generally going to come back around Florida, so we can kind of stick around here, around Florida. Let me just give you, before we push 5 days out, let me give you an idea of, let's see, which one do we want? This one here. Here's our hazards map. So the purple pins here, these are possible Dragon landing sites. All right, these are all the sites where we could possibly recover Dragon. So we've got one that's off of Pensacola, one off of Panama City Beach, one that's, I don't know, we're going to call this Tallahassee or Gainesville. I don't know what the closest city is here to this. And then we've got a Tampa site here. We've got a Jacksonville site here, the northern Jacksonville site up there, and then we've got one that can come right back to Cape Canaveral as well. So all those purple sites are the potential Dragon landing sites. So when we're looking at that 5 day weather, that's kind of the area that we're looking at, is right there, right here, over on this side, and then over here on this side. So we'll go back to our weather map here. So now that we have an idea of where our landing sites are, is now we push out 5 days. And oh wait, let's see. We can't do radar. 5 days out. What can I do 5 days out? Well, I got something else that we could pull up too and show that. Let's see. Can we look at... well, I guess we can look at wind speed to start with, and we'll push out 5 days to like Saturday, roughly. So you can see Gulf of Mexico kind of calms down a little bit. We've got some higher winds out here. Let's look at like seas. That can also be a good indicator of potential bad weather is wave height here. So the Gulf of Mexico looking pretty good. Out here is also looking pretty good. In the Atlantic, we're looking at 1 to 1.5 even, not even 2. 1 to 1.5 meters wave height. So that's not too bad. And I'll pull up another resource here. We'll put this video up, and I've got one more weather resource that I did not prepare ahead of time, but I will pull it up here right now. Let's listen in and see what they're saying while I pull this up.
Before the T-minus 1 hour point in the countdown, we're going to evaluate conditions again, determine if we are go to continue towards launch. Now, that launch time is currently scheduled for 7 hours, 38 minutes, 5 seconds universal time, or the very early time of 3:38 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. So right now, it is early morning for the SpaceX ground support team, the launch team, as well as the 4 crew members on board the Dragon spacecraft. Now, also at T-minus 1 hour point, we load a small amount of the RP1 fuel, the kerosene fuel that we use in the Merlin engines. That's a process known as engine bleed-in. The fuel is used to cool the thrust chambers before we burn it in the engine. We want to make sure that those engine walls that have fuel in them prior to engine ignition, which occurs at about T-minus 2 seconds right before liftoff. Propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes, and then we'll count down to 0, standard Falcon 9 countdown. But before we get into propellant loading, we'll have a couple extra events. One's going to be the removal of the crew access arm. You can see they're stretched out from the fixed service structure. Nice shots from, I believe, drone or helicopter. And you can see the arm extended out. And right now, the support team's at the end of it in the white room. We'll retract the arm. As soon as the arm's out of the way, takes a couple of minutes, then the crew will arm the launch escape system on board the Dragon spacecraft. That enables the Super Draco thrusters, should we need them, both during the last half hour of the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX for umbilical comm checks.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, looking for a comm check from Commander, Pilot, MS-1, and MS-2.
Copy that, SpaceX. Commander, comm check.
Pilot, comm check.
MS-1, comm check. MS-2, comm check.
Core has you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Please report when you are ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. I will report when we are initiating.
So they're doing a seat rotation here right now. So they load in the vehicle. The seats are kind of upright. Like helps them get in, get strapped in, things like that. And then the seat rotation for launch, they'll actually kind of lean back a little bit, and it'll rotate up closer to the control panel and more on their backs for launch. Right now they're kind of straight up and down, so they're actually gonna rotate more on their backs here and a little bit closer to the control panel.
SpaceX ground support team getting out of the way right now as we get ready for seat rotations. Now we heard the comm check.
All right, so let me go back. Let's go back to weather here for just a minute, because I got a couple more charts that we can take a look at to give us an idea on what our weather is looking like. So these are called prog charts. If we look at the current prog chart here, we'll back it up. This is the current surface analysis here. And actually, let me see. I'll make myself a little smaller. Like that. We didn't really need the big Earth transition, but whatever. So you can see here, if you know how to read a prog chart a little bit, we've got frontal lines, we've got high pressure systems, low pressure systems, but generally frontal lines can have weather that comes with it. So our blue triangles are cold fronts, our red semicircles are warm fronts, and areas where it alternates blue triangles and red semicircles are called stationary fronts. That's kind of a battle between warm air and cold air, trying to figure out who's going to win the battle there. So cold front can generate a lot of strong weather. You get a big cold air mass that comes pushing in. They call the cold front like the snowplow of weather. So a big cold air mass comes rushing in, and it pushes hot air up into the atmosphere really fast. Cold fronts can generate a lot of vertical movement of air, and that's where you get big cumulus clouds, thunderstorm development, things like that that can happen with cold fronts. So cold fronts, they call those the snowplows of weather systems. And so you can kind of see that there's a cold front right near Cape Canaveral here that's pretty close, and that's kind of why we've got some of those scattered storms that are potentially in the area. We also have inland, we've got this stationary front that's kind of hanging out, and that can also generate some unstable weather as well. Now, this is for midnight. So this is just right now here. These prog charts come out only every couple of hours. Some of them are only a few days. So if we push forward a little bit, this pushes forward 6 hours. So this would be between midnight and now this one is a 6 a.m. prog chart. So this is, you can see that the stationary front has kind of pushed a little to the side. We've got all this green area here that's indicating moisture and precipitation, rain, basically. So all that not good for launch. So this is launch site, and it's all along the coast here, which is a problem for recovery. We see it all along the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, off the coast of Florida, and that's really what's generating this 40% go, 60% no-go condition. If we push forward out to day 5, we'll push forward like this. This is what our day 5 weather looks like on the prog chart. And so again, we see another stationary front right here where we've got those alternating blue triangles and red semicircles. It's just to the north. It's closer to like the Jacksonville landing site, but that's okay because they could land in the Gulf of Mexico and things are looking all right. We've got this high pressure system out in the Gulf of Mexico. High pressure systems, a lot of times really good weather comes with high pressure systems. Usually you get those bright, clear, sunny days with high pressure systems. That's very common. So should be out here in the Gulf of Mexico on day 5. We should be looking at some beautiful weather for a Gulf of Mexico landing. Out here by Jacksonville, Cape Canaveral, maybe not so much, but day 5 is looking pretty good. And if we push out even one more day, day 6, still got that high pressure system out here. It pushes north a little bit. Still got that stationary front. Again, it's a battle between those two air masses. They're kind of just stuck there, so they're that's still there because it's stationary. It's kind of, I mean, it's not actually stationary, but it's not moving very fast. So there's an idea of the weather that we're dealing with. We went way deep into weather today, but it's a big factor. It's a big factor in why this has been delayed so many times. So I thought it was important to kind of go into the weather. A lot of interesting things that.
For leak checks.
Oh, ready for leak check. So the seats have been rotated. We missed that, but
suit leak checks here momentarily.
Copy. You are go for section 3, suit leak check.
Copy that, SpaceX. Go for section 3.
So these leak checks, you can see that the crew have brought their visors down into the closed position. At this point in time, we're going to inflate the suits to a certain pressure, hold at that pressure for a couple of minutes and measure the amount of decay or pressure loss over that period of time. Based on our simulations and our rehearsals, the folks on console know the acceptable amount of pressure for these suits. So they're going to basically take this reading and make sure that everything looks good for all 4 crew members. If we see some sort of pressure decay, it might mean that the helmet isn't fully closed or the zippers are not fully zipped shut. So we do this leak check before closing the hatch, just in case if one of those things occur.
All right, Steven's joining us over on Facebook. Steven says, I've been busy. Is this a manned flight? This is a crewed mission here. There are 4 astronauts on board this flight. This is a SpaceX Crew Dragon launch with obviously a Falcon 9 rocket tonight. Still got 2 hours and 25 minutes until launch time. Astronauts have just ingressed into the vehicle. But this is a super exciting mission. If you missed the explanation earlier, but this is Polaris Dawn. It's a private astronaut mission. It's nothing to do with NASA. These are private astronauts led by Jared Isaacman, the CEO of Shift 4, the payment processor. And Jared, obviously, he's got a little bit of money. He can afford this kind of thing. But the cool thing about it is he's also turned this into a fundraiser for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. And so I know, Steven, you're watching on Facebook, but if you were to jump over to the YouTube side of things, which is kind of the primary stream, over on YouTube, I have a St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital fundraiser set up that's attached to the YouTube live stream. If you want to consider a donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, YouTube handles all the whatever they do with the fundraising thing, but it's a great cause. And the last time I mentioned it earlier, it's going to be tough to beat because it's a late night launch and there's not going to be a ton of people around for this. But the last time when we did Inspiration 4, we also did a St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital fundraiser. And on this channel alone, we raised $10,000 for St. Jude's during the Inspiration 4 mission. So I don't think we're going to even come close to that this time around, but consider making a donation. Every dollar counts and it goes to a great cause. And yeah, that's over on YouTube.
You might recognize that voice and that
Missed
face. That is our fellow webcast host, Shiva, doing his real job as a
SpaceX 4 good seats.
As a space operations engineer. He is our crew operations and resource engineer on console tonight.
Some good news there. We got some good suit leak checks, which is very exciting. Next up, they will also do some comms checks to make sure that the umbilicals in their suits are working properly and that they can get communications through all the loops that they're using between the crew and all the supporting teams.
All right. I see my friend Zach from over at the launch pad has made a donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Thanks, Zach. Thanks for popping in, stopping over at our live stream. You know, Zach does some coverage over on his channel as well. Surprised he's got the time to come visit us during this exciting mission, but shows what a nice guy Zach is from the launch pad. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for making a donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Much appreciated. So at this point,
perform their final closeout steps. Please proceed to section 4 for side hatch close and report when you are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy that, SpaceX. Stepping into section 4.
Yeah, the design team, wanted to build a vehicle that was robust and safe, and so not only did they want to make it function like a spaceflight vehicle of the future, but also look like one as well. And one glance inside the capsule, and even to this
SpaceX
day.
Dragon in section 4.100, we're ready for side hatch closure.
Core copies, ready for side hatch closure.
Even to this day, almost 10 years here, I still get so excited and giddy stepping into a Dragon capsule. It's just so otherworldly in itself.
Yeah, so we've still got a while to go. We got 2 hours and 21 minutes, and it's gonna be a bit before we get to launch. But the astronauts are in the vehicle. They gotta kind of hang out and sit there for the next 2 hours and 20 minutes. And we're going to see how our weather is going to hold up pushing forward to that launch time. So again, we're 40% go, 60% no go. And the main concerns are really that's those scattered showers and clouds and stuff that are in the area. We want to make sure that those are clear out. Right now, they're pretty clear. A lot can happen in 2 hours and 20 minutes, but it's looking okay. But then also the entire ascent corridor is a moderate risk as well. We got to make sure all our abort landing scenarios are clear of weather as well. They were looking good when we were looking at the radar just a moment ago. So really hopeful that we could actually see an on-time launch right at the beginning of the window. It is a 4-hour window. There's another launch opportunity. So this one is counting down to 3:38. They are closing the hatch. You're getting ready to close the hatch here now. This is counting down to 3:38 a.m. Eastern time. And there's another launch opportunity at 5 a.m. and another one at 7 a.m. And I'm really hoping we don't go to those, because if we do, that's going to mean that I stayed up all night long. I don't want to do that. So just like it to go off at the opening of the window. Anyways, Zach checking in with a couple before I get to Zach, let's show Mark some love. Mark said, "Let's go. I love it. Thanks for joining us, Mark." And of course, Zach said, "Can't miss, or try not often to miss, a stream with the Overlook Horizon community." Well, we consider Zach an OG member of the Space Lobster Nation.
Lobster Fest is on.
Zach's been around for a long time. So excited. Zach also said, so excited to see Jared fly again. They're going to be sitting there a really long time. Gave extra time because of new suits. Yeah, based on, because I'm running the timeline that I have on the left-hand side is pretty much my same timeline that I run for NASA crewed missions. I didn't adjust this at all for the Polaris Dawn mission. And they're pretty much following, they're on track at the same timeline that they do for NASA crewed missions so far. So it looks like they're pretty much following right along the intended script. But the big downside is, right at this point, this is the slowest point of the launch procedure here, because once they start the side hatch closure and they go through all the leak checks and things like that, this part of the countdown has a lot of buffer time built into it in case there's problems with the hatch or suits that are leaking, or they have to do some troubleshooting. So a lot of the buffer time is built right into this part of the countdown. And so when things are going well, this part of the countdown gets really slow because they don't need the buffer time. They're just waiting. So, yeah, we'll see.
Comm check.
Doing some more comm checks here.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. How many?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
Listening to this, we always like hearing comm
Dragon,
checks.
MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. How many?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon, LD on countdown 1. Comm check.
Uh-oh. Here's our lovely X Twitter stream with the circle of death. I'm really, when I know that Elon really wants everything to be on X, but I never had this problem when it was on YouTube. Really wish they would just multi-stream and do it on X and YouTube. So here we go. We're just stuck. What do I got to do? I got to refresh, or... Come on. This is... Yeah, get back to YouTube. Is this happening? So here's my question for the chat while we're sitting here. Is everybody's buffering right now, or is this just like a selected, like it's just me that's buffering? Or is like everybody buffering all at once? I'm interested to know if everybody's buffering. Because if everybody's buffering, I'm not going to bother refreshing it, because it'll just come back, and when it comes back, it comes back. But if it's just me, and it's just glitching, then I'll refresh it, and I'll try to fix... Whoa! Well, that's not good. Oh, everybody's saying it's everybody. Matt's buffering. Eagle Soars USA is buffering. Dan's buffering. Missing Seattle's buffering. But you are live. Like, I have a great internet connection. This is definitely not on me. This is on them. I got fantastic internet connection right now, so I don't know what the problem is. Oh well. Overlook Horizon, all YouTube channels are buffering. All YouTube channels or is it? This is not YouTube. This is Twitter or X, whatever it's called. This is interesting. Welcome to the world of technology. It's great when it works, and it really sucks when it doesn't work. Okay, well, that was fun. I guess we'll just chat it. Oh, no. And the stream died. Oh, no. Another channel is working. All right, well, if another channel is working, let's try to refresh. Nope, even if I refresh it, it's still buffering. Refresh, no, still buffering. Okay. Well, cool. I'm glad that they've moved all... their stream. Well, it's not... So, like, spaceflight now is on YouTube. The problem is it's not YouTube, right? I'm streaming on YouTube. The problem is not YouTube. The problem is X, right? SpaceX exclusively streams on X because Elon, and it is not working. So cool. All right. Well, this there. Got that out of my system. Okay, well, I guess we'll hang out, and hopefully it comes back at some point. I'll just put this on my other monitor, and I'll keep an eye on. We don't want to dive into weather again. We could go back to weather. No, let's. You know what we should do? For anybody that missed it earlier in the stream, let's just talk about a couple of the highlights of this particular mission here, and why this is such a cool mission in general. All right, let's not be this zoomed in though, and let's get rid of this. Okay, so a couple of things. I mentioned it before, but Polaris Dawn mission is super exciting. It's got a whole bunch of things. First of all, Earth orbit altitude record. This is going to it'll definitely be the record for the furthest commercial astronauts ever. They're going to 1,400 kilometers in altitude. That's their apogee, or their furthest point away from Earth. This is the furthest that any astronauts have gone since the Apollo days. This is way above the International Space Station. The International Space Station is at like 370 to 460 kilometers in altitude, somewhere in that range, depending on, depending on the time, they could be in a range there. But it's still 370 to 460 kilometers, somewhere in there. These guys are going to 1,400 kilometers in altitude. Now, it's not going to be a perfectly circular orbit, so they're not going to be at 1,400 and stay at 1,400 in a circular orbit around the Earth. They're going to be in a elliptical or oval-shaped orbit meaning that they will be 1,400 kilometers at their furthest point, but in that oval, and then the short side of the oval comes back to about 190 kilometers. So they'll go 190, and then they go all the way out to 1,400, and then back to 190, and then 1,400, and so they'll be making that big oval shape for their orbit. Now, initially, when they launch, they're going to launch to a little bit lower than that, about 1,200 kilometers, and they will raise it to 1,400 kilometers. So exciting thing number 2, first commercial spacewalk ever. So these are commercial astronauts. They have nothing to do with NASA, nothing to do with ESA or JAXA or Roscosmos. These are commercial private astronauts. They will be doing the first commercial spacewalk, and that's going to happen on day 3. So we're expecting that to happen on like Thursday. That the first commercial spacewalk will happen. They are going to live stream, so I will hopefully cover that as well. Assuming X is able to transmit video at that time. So that'll be pretty cool. And then they're also testing a new communication system. This is it'll be the first test of their laser communications, their laser interconnects for Starlink communications from a human spacecraft. So they're going to use the trunk of the Dragon has a laser Starlink communication system in it, and they will be communicating with Starlink out of the trunk of the Dragon spacecraft, which will be pretty awesome. So they're going to do that demonstration on day 4. And then they have a ton of science and research experiments, 40 experiments, 20 different partner institutions. A lot of them are health and medical research and things like that. They have special contacts they're going to be wearing that actually have sensors in them that are going to be measuring their eyes. So that's kind of crazy as well. But that's just one of the experiments that they're doing. They're doing a whole bunch of them, over 40 experiments on board. So. And then, of course, the other thing that's not even depicted on this is this whole mission is a fundraiser for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. So if you're watching on YouTube, you'll notice that there's a fundraiser for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Consider donating. It's a great cause. It's going to St. Jude's Children's Medical Research. I mean, I think that's a cause we can all get behind. So if you have the means to do so, consider donating to St. Jude's. You can do so on the YouTube live stream here. If you're watching on one of the other platforms, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, or X. I don't know. I'm assuming my stream is working on X. I guess. I don't know. Is my stream buffering on X? Is everything That's a good question. We should check that out. Am I buffering on X? No, I'm not buffering on X. That sounds... I mean... It sounds like a illegal substance. If I'm doing something nefarious, I'm buffering on X. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, my stream is fine on X. So it's just SpaceX. It's too many X's. I know Elon likes the X, but anyways. Still can't get the SpaceX stream is still down. All right. So how Guillermo says that the hatch is closed. How do you know the stream is down? Or did SpaceX tweet it? On YouTube, try the NSF feed. Oh, yeah, I can't. Well, I can't show the NSF feed, but NSF is probably NASA Spaceflight's probably there in person, so they can hear the comms directly over the audio system at the launch site or the press site. Okay, I'm just hoping that the SpaceX stream comes back. We'll leave this up here. And we'll just continue chatting and talking about the mission. All right, let's go back. We talked about a couple of these things, but I think they're important, so we'll talk about them again. So Get that out of the way. Couple of important things here. So this is the 4th flight of a flight-proven Falcon 9 booster here. This is launching from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It is going northeast. It's a similar trajectory that Crew launches for the International Space Station, but it is not going to the International Space Station. It is an inclination of about 51.6 degrees, which is very similar to what they launched for the International Space Station. However, they will not be going there, and they cannot go there in an emergency. There is no option for them to get to the International Space Station, just simply based on phasing and orbital dynamics. They can't get to the International Space Station in an emergency. There's no option. Oh, SpaceX stream finally came back. We'll get that up here.
Just about T-minus 2 hours away.
They're back. Oh, no.
Just liftoff.
Oh.
Of course, we do have our...
It's coming and going. So we'll just let that hang out for a second. Mission duration is about 5 days. So they're launching this morning, Tuesday. They'll be coming back Saturday, Sunday time frame, somewhere in that range. And again, they're launching to 190 by 1200. So they're immediately going into a pretty large elliptical orbit. They will raise that to 190 by 1400 kilometers with the Dragon's Draco thrusters. They will lower it for the spacewalk to 190 by 700. And that's the altitude that they'll be in, or the parameters they'll be in for the spacewalk. And then they'll continue to lower the orbit as they prepare for re-entry. And then if we look at the mission timeline here real quick. Flight day 1, launch. They begin a pre-breathe in preparation for that spacewalk. They'll be doing that for an entire day and a half. They will pass through the Van Allen belts, or Van Allen belt, singular. It is possible. It's not going to kill them. We've done it before. It's not that big of a deal. It's not someplace you want to just hang out and set up shop, but they're not going to be there for very long. So they will pass through the Van Allen radiation belt, through the inner regions or the lower regions. And then spacewalk preparations happen on flight day 2. They got a book reading to St. Jude's patients. They will lower their altitude to that 700-kilometer apogee. Spacewalk and live stream is on day 3, so we think that's going to be on Thursday. Starlink demo day 4, that's Friday. Re-entry preparations and re-entry Saturday night, Sunday, sometime around there. So that's what we're looking at. And SpaceX is finally back. My timeline is about 5 seconds off here now. But we're pretty close, and we'll see if, hopefully, this will stick around and the stream won't go away. X is back. So. This, yeah, it's kind of coming and going. All right, and of course we've got big announcement. Nobody freak out. The Red Scorpion is here. Welcome, Red. Thanks for joining us today. Amazing moderator, Red Scorpion, joining us here today. That's the big announcement. That's it. You get a big intro, Red Scorpion. Wilson is not impressed though. He's not freaking out. Not impressed at all. And not impressed with the X stream here that continues to buffer with the Wheel of Death. Is it looping? It's not on my end, it's on X's end. SpaceX has decided that it would be a fantastic idea to do exclusively stream on the X platform because of Elon, and that's working out real well tonight. Yeah. So yeah, all this buffering and this spinning wheel of death, it's not on my end. I can't do anything about it. I do. Yeah. Wilson does not like the wheel of death. I do not either. Never had this problem when they were streaming on YouTube. And somebody had said it. Let me see if I can scroll back. Yeah, Lego Sonic fan says SpaceX should just go back to YouTube. For real, for real. I think that's what he's saying. I agree. I wish they would just go back to YouTube. I mean, you want to stream on X, fine. Like, I multi-stream on X. Like, that's fine. But, I don't know. YouTube is always just reliable. Always reliable. Anyways. Let's see, I was trying to find... Oh, I can't scroll back that far. Or maybe I can. Oh, there you go. Here's the comment I was looking for. From Michael Billups. Michael Billups said, well, you said there was nothing going on during this time anyways, so this is true. I had just finished saying how, like, this part of the countdown is very quiet. There's a lot of buffer time built into this part of the countdown. And so when things go well, which so far they are, then this part of the countdown gets really, really quiet because they don't need the buffer time. They just kind of hang out. So, hey, I see Mike Tenney made a $5 donation to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thanks, Mike. Mike joining our awesome fundraiser for St. Jude's. Of course, that's an amazing cause, and it's one of the things that this whole mission is, you know, all about and trying to raise awareness for. I mean, yes, they're doing some pretty cool stuff in space, but the fact that they use all this attention to make a St. Jude's fundraiser is, I don't know, that's pretty awesome. That we can do that sort of thing, is just get people interested in spaceflight and this groundbreaking mission, but then also be like, hey, while we're at it, why don't we raise some money for a children's hospital? Like, that's kind of awesome. So good on them for doing it. And if you want to participate in that, if you're watching on Facebook or X or Twitch or wherever else I'm streaming, Instagram, you can't do it there. You'd have to go slide yourself over to the YouTube channel, and there is a St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital fundraiser attached to the YouTube live stream. We are multi-streaming, so on the YouTube live stream, you'll find that fundraiser, and you can consider making a donation. If you have the means to do so, consider donating. It's a great cause. Fantastic. All right. Let's see. Check in with a couple other people. What's Wilson gave me a tail number here. What's the tail number about? I see a NASA helicopter. We got some flights happening in the area. Let's see. I can pull this up. I hear a weird sound in my studio. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I had a fan that turns on automatically. And this is one thing that I'm kind of interested in. There's a lot of things that happen in my studio overnight that I have on like smart timers and things like that. And, things that hopefully like I have like my routers and switches like automatically reboot on certain nights. I can't remember what days they do that. Hopefully it's not while we're here. So I don't know. This thing is still I mean, you can see, I got you got me on my side camera here. You can see it buffering over here, but you can also see it let's see, how do I make, right here. You can see it buffering here as well. That's really gonna drive us nuts for the night if it doesn't stop buffering. All right, what was I doing? Oh, we were looking for that helicopter. Let's see. Head on over here. Yeah, there you go. There's the imaging helicopter from NASA. NASA Airbus helicopter. Hanging out and doing some circling. We'll put it on the screen so you can see it. So we don't, let's see. We'll go to this view. How about? So you can see what we're looking at. There's our map from Flight Radar 24. Showing that Airbus helicopter circling the area, although it just kind of broke out and is now heading back over this way. Don't know what that's all about, why it's leaving. So we're still an hour and 55 minutes away from launch. We should be pretty much wrapping up with hatch closure. You're going to do a simulation while you wait. Well, one thing I could show, we haven't showed this yet, is we can show the flight trajectory. Haven't actually shown this yet, so give you an idea of where we're going. So it is very similar to our ISS launches. So today's launch is launching from Space Launch Complex, or Launch Complex 39A, Kennedy Space Center, right there. One of the two big giant launch pads at the Kennedy Space Center. Apollo flights launch here, Space Shuttle flights, Crew Dragon flights, Falcon Heavy flights, they've all launched from this launch pad here, 39A. SLS launches from 39B, that's up here, that's the other big one. Then we have a United Launch Alliance pad right here, Slick 41, and then Slick 40 is the other SpaceX pad right down here. So far, Crew has not launched from this one, but Crew 9 is actually going to launch from this launch pad. It'll be the first time Crew has launched from this launch pad. Prior to that, this was the only launch pad that Crew could launch from, right here. So yeah, what we saw this earlier, but there is an astronaut suit up building right here. They didn't have to go all the way to the Neil Armstrong building. If we zoom way out, the Neil Armstrong building, where astronauts get suited up when they do NASA crewed missions, is right here. This is the Neil Armstrong suit up building where NASA astronauts get suited up. And then they usually have to take a 15 to 20 minute ride. They take this road here, they go over to this intersection here, then they come up this way, then they go up here and they drive by the press site, and then they come up here to the launch pad. It takes them, 15 minutes or so to do all that. But today it was just a 2-minute drive from here to here. That's it. So at launch, they'll head on up, head this direction. We'll get booster separation. The booster's going to land out on a drone ship at sea. So we'll get a entry burn and a landing burn way out here for first stage booster. And then second stage, continue on. We get MECO right up here for that second stage. And then they'll be in orbit. Now, you'll hear, assuming we get a launch today, you'll hear them call out different abort modes. So immediately after launch, you'll hear them call out, they'll say something like 1 alpha, which means those are the abort modes that they're in. So there's 1 alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, they go, but it basically tells, that's so that the crew, the onboard crew and the ground crew are all keeping track of and just knowledgeable in their head about, like, if an abort happens now, what are we going to do? So like a 1 alpha abort means you're pretty much that's like a pad abort. And you got 1 Bravo. You're aborting like just off the coast of Cape Canaveral. Then we come out to other abort modes, which would be off the coast of North Carolina. We get one that comes out here for an abort scenario in this direction. And then our final abort scenario, that's not like an abort to orbit. Our final abort scenario is way out here off the coast of Ireland. And then at that point, we've made it to orbit. And if we have to abort, then we can actually just come right back and land in the Gulf of Mexico or off the coast of Florida with a regular Dragon entry and landing if we had to abort there. So, and then we've got this hazard area out here. I'm thinking this is maybe our stage 2 re-entry area right here. So a lot of times we get a hazard, a note bar. Notice to mariners that stage 2 is going to re-enter right around there. So I'm guessing that's what that's for, or maybe that's an abort. That might even be an abort, an emergency landing possibility. I don't think so. I think that's the second stage. And of course, our stream has frozen again. We'll see if it's like super blurry and low quality, but gotta love that X streaming. We'll see if it'll cooperate with us for a little while. All right, let's see. William Stewart over on Facebook says he's in Vero Beach, Florida, hoping to see it. Yeah, that'll be pretty exciting. Hopefully it launches tonight here. So we're under 2 hours. We're getting a little closer. Let's see. I like this. Zach says maybe they should take the Starlink router out of the Dragon and patch it in over at Hawthorne. Yeah, it seems like, I don't know if it's X or maybe the way they're uploading to X, but yeah, their stream is really struggling right now because we are, I mean, at least right now it's coming in, but it is grainy. It is. We're receiving at like 360p right now, 240 maybe. It's not good quality. Let's see. Andre Nunez, good question. If they launch today, are they planning to land the first stage? Yes, the first stage booster will land on a drone ship out at sea. This is the 4th flight of this first stage booster. So, yeah, they're pretty keen on keeping all these boosters these days. So, yes, this will land on a booster. We should see a normal booster landing today. Guillermo says, check the weather. Light mist, lightning alert. Well, lightning alert could be a problem. Let's go to our weather here. Check out our radar. So we've got all these scattered storms and pop-up storms. If you remember, we looked at our prog chart earlier. So here's our prog chart. Let's back it up to current conditions. Latest surface analysis. The real big problem that we have right now is this area right here. If you can see where my cursor is highlighting. This area right here, we've got a stationary front meeting up to a cold front. So this cold front is progressing in the directions that the flags point. So it's coming to the south. So that cold front, that cold air mass is pushing south. When a cold air mass pushes south, it pushes all the warm air up. That generates convection and vertical development, which means that moisture rises and condenses, and that's where you get rain and thunderstorms and downdrafts and updrafts too. But so that's our big problem right there. And then we also have this stationary front, and that's a battle between cold air and warm air, and you get all kinds of weird mixing that happens along a stationary front. And so that can also develop precipitation and weather and things like that too, as the two air masses kind of fight with each other to see which one's gonna win out. So if we look at the current conditions here right now, you can kind of see the storm, and you know, a frontal line, in case you're not aware, frontal line is, it's depicted as like a very sharp, solid line on a prog chart like we were looking at, but it's actually got a bit of a gradient to it, and that weather can happen at the front of the frontal line. It can also happen way in front of it, and it can happen a little bit behind it as well. Kind of depends on how fast it pushes, how fast it's moving, and how fast it pushes the air around. But yeah, we can see some of these little pop-up storms that are coming in, and some of them are stronger in nature. So we've got like this little red cell right here that's pretty close to Cape Canaveral. That's not really great. Actually, we should probably even refresh it. We can see exactly where this is here. Get an idea of, why did this go all grainy here now? There we go. So those are some current conditions here on the weather. We do have some of these that are a bit of a concern. The other concern is, you know, you can't have lightning in the area anytime within 30 minutes prior to launch. So that'll be another concern here. Let me get this map. I wonder if I can look at, I'm gonna pull up another weather resource that we haven't looked at yet, because this could be even a little better for conditions. Let's see if we turn off some of this stuff that we don't need. Turn off some of these layers. We want weather. We want radar. Okay. So here's another weather resource, a different weather system that I use. This is probably more real time. So this is what I use for flying. So this is basically my pilot weather that I use. It's very, very accurate. I mean, still not 100% accurate, but this is generally very accurate, because pilots like me are using this weather to make decisions on whether or not I should fly. So right now we looked at this map here, and it actually doesn't show anything over Cape Canaveral. But if I look at my pilot weather, we're now showing this cell that is solidly over Cape Canaveral here right now. We can take a look at some weather reports here. This is the Space Florida launch, this is basically the Space Shuttle launch and landing facility here. Current conditions that it's reporting: wind calm, visibility 10 miles, few clouds, 22,000 feet, temperature 77 Fahrenheit, 25 Celsius, dew point 24 Celsius, 75 Fahrenheit. That's a concern, with the temperature dew point spread being only 1 degree Celsius. Very, very close there. Humidity level 94%. Welcome to Florida, especially the Space Coast. So those are current conditions at the shuttle facility. So we do have these it's very isolated storms that are happening here right now, because up here at the shuttle facility, great conditions, no problem. Even down here, this is Cocoa Beach, Patrick Space Force Station, the Space Force base. So this is just south of the launch pad, and this is wind 060 at 4 knots, 10 miles of visibility, few clouds at 6,000, temperature 27 Celsius, dew point 25 Celsius, humidity 89%, and it's so even south of the storm, it's still pretty good too. So you really just have this isolated storm that's right over the top of it, and you can see the direction it's moving. We got this arrow here pointing the direction. You can see that it just updated there, so we can see that that's headed out there. And because we've got this stationary storm, the stationary front, that's kind of this battle of air masses here. We've got some of these the storms aren't even really going in a consistent direction. You got this storm cell that's heading to the east, this storm cell that's heading north northwest, this storm cell that's heading west, They're all over the map. They're kind of just swirling in the area. And we can see, if we zoom out a little bit here too, we can see that there is a lot of precipitation going on. We've also got a lot of cloud cover as well. So here, Orlando. No, this is Melbourne, Orlando, not Orlando. Melbourne, Florida, is currently marginal conditions with broken clouds at 2,200 feet, overcast 3,000 feet, or 3,300. Up here, Leesburg International Airport, Leesburg, Florida, which is to the west a little bit, overcast clouds at 500 feet with mist. So those are definitely not good conditions. So a lot of this, but because they're scattered, like, we could find a window if it times it out perfectly, right? We still have an hour and 40 minutes until launch time. So we've got plenty of time for the weather to clear. We just need to create a hole. Just get out of the way. Just create a hole here. However, that said, the real difficult thing is, how's our stream doing? Oh, and it died. Loving this X stream here. The real difficult thing is that the weather not only has to be perfect at the launch site, but then we also have to have perfect weather all the way up the coast for all these abort scenarios, right? Most of the abort scenarios look pretty good weather-wise. We also have to have good weather over here by Ireland. Some storms out there, but I could see where we might be okay. Probably our two biggest concerns right now for weather is that we've got storms here at Cape Canaveral, but then our immediate 1 Alpha and 1 Bravo abort scenarios are pretty close to Cape Canaveral. And so, like, these storms that are like up here and up here and up here, these are also in the way. So we have to, we have to have a hole over the launch site, but then the immediate vicinity kind of needs to be clear for those first two abort scenarios, because the third abort scenario is like way up here. A little less concerning. They kind of fizzle out a little bit, but these first two abort scenarios are like right off the coast and then like a little bit further down, and those are tough. So, and then also we do also need to figure out, or we also have to keep an eye on, if Dragon has to come back in an emergency scenario, it's going to have to come back to one of the landing sites. And we looked at this earlier, like, here's our map. If we go look at, here's our Dragon landing scenarios. All these purple pins are the Dragon landing spots where Dragon could potentially land. So if there's a launch and they need to come back, they made it to orbit, but they need to immediately come back because there's a problem with the capsule. Remember, they can't go to the International Space Station. Not an option for them. So they'd have to come right back to either the Atlantic or the Gulf Coast of Florida. And we can see that the Atlantic coast of Florida, not great looking right now. And even the Gulf Coast side, we've got these bigger storms out here as well. So it's not looking great for weather, to be honest. Especially, when I was looking at, I should have had this up the whole time because this is my pilot weather app. When you look at this, it does not look great. Let's see, is there... we got all kinds of things that we could look at here. We could look at clouds. Here's our cloud layers for our big thick clouds. You can see where our bigger cloud coverage is here. This is clouds at 18,000 feet. If we move upwards to like, what we want to see, we're kind of keeping an eye on. This is clouds as I'm scrolling through the cloud layer. So it's this area here. These are like large vertical development clouds right there. So that's kind of the problem with some of this area as well. So that's cloud coverage. We could look at the IR satellite here. So this is an infrared satellite. Big thing on the infrared satellite imagery is what you're looking for is these like dark blue. The bluer areas and the dark blue areas indicate the water content. And so the darker the blue, the colder the cloud is, the more water it has, and the bigger it is, the bigger storm potential it has, basically. So there's our IR satellite. But probably the easiest one for people to look at is the radar. Radar is not looking great right now. All right, let's grab a couple of comments here. We'll check in with people and see what everybody has to say. Wilson says, I'm constantly refreshing Google to see if they're going to scrub the launch. Well, hopefully if the live stream continues, we'll find out on the live stream, but hasn't really been that great so far, so keeps just buffering and having a fit. Hill CT says, remember, Twitter or X bought and killed Periscope, but it's been a decade. They should know how to properly deploy streaming infrastructure. Yeah, you would think so, but Zach from the Launchpad. I wonder if their streaming PC forced an update. Now, that I could empathize with, because I've definitely had that happen. Like 3 minutes before I was about to live stream, and it's like Windows is like, hey, you know what? We're going to give you a 20-minute update right now. You're like, no.
Your experience with
Oh, they're interviewing here, so I'm going to keep that down. If you want to listen to the interview, you can check out the SpaceX stream, assuming you can get it to work. But I want to listen into some mission progress. When they're done talking or interviewing, we'll switch back and listen in for a little bit. Missing Seattle says, so what you're saying is no launch today? I'm saying there's a chance, but I don't know. I don't have a fancy way of giving a percentage, but looking at what I'm looking at on the radar, where did our radar go? 40% chance of launch seems generous right about now. Maybe this will clear up a little better in an hour and a half, but looking at the picture right now, 40% seems generous. 40% go seems generous. I would think more like 20% go. I don't know. I'm just making up numbers because I don't have a fancy way of coming up with a percentage. But if I was just going to pick a number out of a hat and give you a percentage, I'd go more like 20%, just based on what the picture that we're looking at right now. It doesn't look great to me. I'm still saying there's a chance, but it doesn't look great. Here you go. They must have said, Zach's listening in on the stream. He said, John Insprucker said the launch weather is now red. That is meaning no go. And the weather officers are closely monitoring local conditions, and additional updates are expected soon. I mean, the good news is with an hour and a half left to go for launch, we still have lots of time. So they would, so long as there is the potential that things could get better, then they'll keep going with the countdown if they think things will get better. The only way they would stop this early is if they're looking at the weather and they're going like, no shot. No shot we're making it. Scrub the launch for today. one of the biggest areas where they will actually make that decision is the go, no go polling for fueling, which happens at about 45 minutes prior to launch. So actually 1 hour prior to launch, they have a big weather briefing. So in about 31 minutes, they get a big weather briefing that comes in. And then they have the director will give us a go, no go. They'll do a go, no go polling for fueling the rocket. Remember, SpaceX and Falcon 9 does the load and go procedure, which means the astronauts get on the vehicle while there's no fuel on board. It's different than the space shuttle did. It's different than Boeing does with the Starliner. The space shuttle and the Boeing Starliner, the rocket is fully fueled, and then the astronauts get on. SpaceX and the Falcon 9, the astronauts get on with no fuel on board. They strap in, they close the hatch, they get everything ready, they pull the crew access arm away, they arm the launch escape system, and then they start fueling the rocket. And so because that happens with only about 45 minutes prior to launch, they generally don't want to fuel the rocket if there's no chance that they're going to launch today, because it's expensive. They're going to throw away a lot of money if they just fuel up the rocket. They can't get all that fuel back. They can get some of it back, but they can't get all of it back. So a lot of it vents off. So they're not going to do it unless they think there's a chance that they might actually launch today. So we'll probably get a pretty good idea on where their head's at in about 30 to 45 minutes from now. We'll find out what they're thinking. Red Scorpion says Extreme's rolling donut now makes me want to have a donut. The circle wheel of death. Luckily, we're doing okay at the moment, so hopefully we'll continue this for we'll continue doing okay for a little while. Nerdle you. Well, I don't know what that means. I feel like I shouldn't say that out loud, but I did. So why are cameras on rockets have really bad quality? Actually, SpaceX has some amazing quality cameras these days. So SpaceX is doing some awesome stuff with cameras. So a lot of the SpaceX cameras are fantastic. Problem with other vehicles is there's a couple problems. I mean, one, it's kind of a historical thing where like cameras just weren't seen as, you know, it wasn't that important to show us camera views. Like, of course, we're all interested in spaceflight. We're like, show us the cameras. And, you know, the engineers at these other space companies are like, we don't really care about that. We don't care about you. We just want to launch our vehicle and do our thing. And we just want to work. Stop bothering us. And I don't know, that attitude is hopefully changing because people want to see, people get excited about this. And I think it benefits these launch companies when you get the public excited. I don't know, maybe they don't see it that way, but I know some of them don't see it that way, but I know a lot of them do see it that way. So anyways, so a lot of them just didn't prioritize it. There are some that are working on legacy hardware that was just developed a long, long time ago, and they don't want to change things. They don't want to change the wiring or the computer systems or antennas or things like that. They just don't want to change. They got a working system. They're like, we're not going to mess with it. It works the way it is right now. So there's a lot to be said for that. Like, I know, there's an element of comfort where, like, if you have a vehicle that's very reliable and it works well, like, you don't want to introduce a new variable and be like, well, this could, yeah, it's a camera, and we think about that, but I know I can tell you from experience just launching weather balloons, like cameras, even just an innocent seeming camera can affect surrounding electronics and do things that you weren't expecting. And I mean, I lost several flights from that Luckily, we found them from backup systems. But yeah, well, we had a camera that was putting off electromagnetic interference on our circuit boards and was breaking our computer system. And it took me forever to find that out, but yeah. So yeah, anytime you introduce a new piece of equipment, wiring, batteries, antennas for transmitting those videos, like it's a new system, it can mess things up. And some launch providers are like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to mess with stuff. Everything's working fine. I don't want to mess with it. So anyways, but it is getting better. What else do we have? Did I miss for questions here so far? Oh, Dan K has a good question. Have you watched the new Apollo 13 documentary on Netflix yet? I have not, and actually I forgot about it, and I'm glad you reminded me. I saw the like a trailer for it 2 weeks ago, and in my head I had the date in mind, like, oh, I gotta remember to watch that because I was really excited about it. I definitely want to watch that. But then I forgot all about it, and so no, I haven't watched it. I need to watch that. So don't tell me about it. I want to watch. Spoiler alert, I know how it ends, but I know the story. But yeah, I don't know, hopefully it's good. I want to watch that. I forgot all about it. Makes sense. Hoping to see 4K launch videos in the future. Yeah, that would be pretty awesome. I think so. There was an announcement on about the NASA EVA suits for Artemis 3, the actual crewed lunar landing. And I forget exactly what they said. It was what were they good? They were outfitting the suits with I wanted to say it was like 4K cameras on the suits. Oh, no, it was 4G, a 4G network. So I'm not exactly sure. I didn't actually read the details of this, but not exactly sure how that's going to work, what that's for communications, maybe back to the lander. But anyways, I'm sure that Artemis, when they make it to the moon, will definitely have way nicer cameras than we had back in the 60s and 70s. So that'll be kind of exciting. Red Scorpion, a little info. Did anyone notice that they moved Starhopper? I did see that they moved Starhopper. Remember watching Starhopper. Seems like just yesterday. Starship program was so little. It was just a little tiny Starhopper. And look where it is now. Starship 5. Flight 5. Hopefully coming up soon. Heard rumors about potential delays, maybe. We'll see. Hill CT, we had difficulty delivering live telemetry and high-powered amateur rocketry. Makes me want to switch to balloon launches. Yeah, so, I mean, I can do... our balloon launches, we have live telemetry the whole time, but it comes back in 1 second, 1 second increments. Oh, no, that's not true. What am I talking about? I don't even know my own platform. It saves to the SD card in 1 second increments because I don't need that detailed of data. I don't know what your amateur rocketry saves data in, but I know like Joe Barnard from BPS Space, his stuff saves way more frequently than 1 second increments. He's saving a ton of data on his rocket launches, but also those rocket launches they go by quick. I mean, my balloon flights are like 3 hours long. I don't need millisecond level measurements. You know, if my balloon's here, 1 second later, it's kind of in the same place still. It's not that much farther than it was 1 second ago. So the onboard SD card saves in 1 second increments. And then actually my radio telemetry is only in like that. Well, depending on how high in altitude I am, because I'm trying to be a good, radio, sharing the radio frequencies with people. I'm only transmitting back anywhere from 30 seconds to 120 seconds, sending live telemetry back. You could do it more frequently, and there's other frequencies that I could use to do more frequent updates, but that's all I do right now. I did, however, do live video from onboard the balloon, which was cool. We did that on the Eclipse flight. You can check out the live stream for that. Still have all the Eclipse video that I need to publish. Need to figure out what to do with it or how I want to publish it, but I still have all that Eclipse video, and it's kind of cool, and I do want to share it with people. I just have to figure out how, and especially considering it's 5 months after the eclipse. How am I going to share? What am I going to do with it? But, yeah, there you go. I don't know how we got on that topic. All right, so hour and 20 minutes still to go. Again, this is kind of the quiet part of the launch countdown. Astronauts are in the suits, or in the capsule. They're suited. The capsule is sealed. They're getting ready for launch. Hopefully, if our weather can cooperate, that's going to be the big factor today. Nerdle says, I tried to launch a weather balloon, but was scared if it ends up in a different country. I live 80 miles from the country border at the time. Yeah, that could be a little bit of a dilemma, because you probably got different controlling authorities there, especially if you're in an area that's a little bit smaller than where I am. You want to try to minimize that. It is possible, depending on local weather patterns and things like that. I've launched a balloon that went up. I mean, it kind of circled around. You could look at Overlook Horizon 8 on our website. If you go to overlookhorizon.com/8. Flight 8 went up, kind of circled around, and landed only 2 miles from where I launched it from. So it did not go very far. It actually traveled I can't remember. I'd have to look at the statistics, but it traveled back traveled total distance of 30 or 40 miles by the time it circled out and around and things like that. But I specifically launched on that day because I knew it was going to come back and almost land directly on top of the launch site. It was 2 miles away, which was kind of crazy. So it is possible, but you just have to be very patient and waiting for a launch day.
Planning to take to space.
What am I going to bring to space? I've thought long and hard about this one.
A book that
So, all right, here's a new dilemma. You guys probably can't see this, but now I don't know if you guys are watching this, watching the SpaceX stream directly as well. I imagine you are, but right now my audio and video on the SpaceX stream are not lined up. They're quite a ways off, actually. We'll refresh it and we'll try again. We'll see if it gets any better. Hopefully it gets better. I don't know. We'll see. Especially come launch time. Red Scorpion says, "Oh, there is so much lag. I know it is driving me insane." We can switch it back to. Switch back to this view for a little while. So we'll check it. I do want to check in with them to get a status update, but they're showing us a lot of promo packages and things like that. Some of them have music in the background, so I don't want to turn the volume up because I'll get in trouble. There you go. Hill CT, going back to our telemetry discussion, said our telemetry came back in tenth of a second increments. and saved at 1/100th second increments. Yes, a little more data than I save. But delivered data in strange patterns, where if you followed telemetry, the rocket was dropped into... I think there was more to that, but... yeah, it's a lot more... you got a lot higher bandwidth requirements than I have on weather balloon flights. Here you go. Mike Ferguson. I could sure use a Red Lobster commercial right about now. I can help with that.
Lobster Fest is on.
We're here.
There's something for every lobster fan.
Something for every lobster fan out there. Even you, Mike.
Let's Lobster Fest.
Let's do it.
Let's Lobster Fest.
Oh, that's how you know we're getting late in the evening. It's 2:22 my time on the dot. 2:22. We're an hour and 15 minutes from launch.
On top of Falcon 9, inside of 39A. Now, currently, the launch teams are not working any significant issues on Falcon or Dragon.
That's good.
The biggest thing we're watching
Weather.
right now is the weather. We're expecting another update in about 15 minutes. As mentioned earlier, we are red for cumulus clouds. The good news is the boundary layer is dissipating, and we are fingers crossed that the weather will stay more than 10 nautical miles away and give us a chance to launch right on time. Other weather, everything else is looking good. The ground winds are good. The upper altitude winds, we're releasing balloons that go up to 90,000 feet. That gives us structural information, wind speed, wind shear information. Nothing unusual that we're seeing there. So pretty much just fingers crossed, the weather officer will give us good news coming up at about the T-minus 1 hour evaluation point. So with that, Kate, we're just crossing our fingers for the weather.
Thanks so much, John. Love to hear the good news.
So what you said there about weather, particularly that caught my attention there, is that they're red for cumulus cloud rules, which that tells me... so the cumulus cloud rule really just has to do with the launching part. That really doesn't have anything to do with the abort scenarios or landing scenarios. I mean, it'd be interesting to know if they have... so all the rules that we know about for launch weather violations are, you know, specifically about the actual launching of the rocket. They don't really tell us a lot of the criteria that they have for landing and abort scenarios and things like that. But generally, that cumulus cloud rule being red is specifically about the launch area, specifically. Now, I think what they're talking about in particular is this cumulus cloud layer here. So we can't even... let's see, let's turn off our radar here. So where are we? Let's see. So our launch pad is going to be up here, right about here, I think. Let's see. Can we change? We can change this to an aerial map instead of an aeronautical map. There we go. So here's Launchpad 39A. That's where no, that's not Launchpad 39A. What am I? This is Launchpad 39A. I was like, why is it so small? This is Launchpad 39A right there. So it's very close to the shuttle landing facility here. It was a little bit further north than actually I was looking on the map earlier. And if we look at our radar here, so here's 39A right here. We've got this big storm that's to the south of us. And then we also have this big storm out here, but this big storm is also heading to the west. So it's coming towards us. And then we also have this storm. This is going away from us here. So we've got some of these storms in the area. We got lightning in the area out here. We can see some lightning bolts. Those probably far enough away where they're not going to affect us. But it's really the clouds. It's not so much the precipitation. It's the clouds. So we can look at our cloud layer here. We can kind of see there's a big cloud area up here. What's our weather reporting at the space shuttle launch and landing facility? It's currently reporting overcast clouds at 10,000 feet. So those are the clouds that they're talking about right there. So our actual picture radar return is going to be delayed. This weather report here from the METAR at the space shuttle launch and landing facility is probably going to be a little more updated. Although this is from 32 minutes ago, so it hasn't been updated for 32 minutes. But 32 minutes ago, it was reporting overcast clouds at 10,000 feet. So that's full cloud coverage across the entire sky. Overcast clouds. That's not great. Let's look at what our 2 a.m. forecast. Forecast for 2 a.m., which is like right now, is scattered clouds 3,500 and 5,000. So those clouds are still going to be in the area. We just have to see if we have a hole to get through. See what the MOS says at 2 a.m. So the MOS weather, which is usually, in my experience, is a little more pessimistic about the weather. The MOS weather is predicting broken clouds at 9,000 for this time period. So yeah, clouds. Clouds are going to be a problem. Moral of the story: clouds are a problem. So this we're looking at clouds at 18,000 feet. We can go down. Here's 16,000 feet. You can see the clouds are covering at 16,000, 14,000, 12,000. They disappear. So these clouds, the clouds that are right over the launch site, are between 14,000 to 16,000. Then we got another layer, 21,000. 27,000. We got some of these upper level clouds. These are probably like cirrus clouds up here. So yeah, a lot of clouds in the area. That's what we need to kind of get rid of. We'll go back to this view. Here we go. Super Salty Peanut checking in with us. I feel like it's been forever since I've joined a live feed. I'm glad to see that you're still, in my opinion, the best host. Well, thank you, Super Salty, for not being super salty to me. That's very nice compliments. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. We're having some fun. We're hanging out. It's late night, but we're still going to do our thing.
Let's Lobster Fest.
No, Red Scorpion has an idea for us to make some mock Red Lobster commercials. I don't know what the legality of that is. I still think it would be kind of funny, especially if it's a parody. It's probably fine. But yeah, I haven't done anything with that. KDB says, "Who let Tori have fun with buttons?" I know, my new soundboard. It's not so new anymore. I've had it now for a couple months, but it's a lot of fun. There's so many buttons. I mean, we could just go into this for a while, but this is not what you came here to talk about. But I got a lot of things that I can do. There you go. Website Doctor says, "I want to stay up, but don't want to scrub." Yeah, see, at this point, now it's 2:30 in the morning. There's a couple ways that this could go. It's number one, it could just launch. Best case scenario. It's 2:30. I stayed up for this. Let's just get this thing off the ground and have a good launch. And then I can go to bed. Option number 2 is it could get scrubbed and they say, not today. That would kind of not be good because then we'll have to do it again and stay up late again. Option number 3, I'm not sure which is worse, option 2 or number 3. Option number 3 is they say, you know what, the weather's not good now. We're going to delay it until 5:30 a.m. and try again. And then we all got to sit here for another 2 hours and figure out if it's going to launch. And then they could even delay it till 7:30 a.m. and try again then. And that means that we've all stayed up all night long and got no sleep. We don't want that. Yeah. That one's a hard pass for me. Oh, let's just hope it launches. Let's just launch it. We'll get it in the air. We'll be good to go. When's the next launch window? If they do scrub, I think they got another launch opportunity tomorrow. They're starting to run out of time because they're gonna run into a conflict and need to push to October if they don't launch within the next couple days. I don't even know. Today, I heard some people saying that today might even be the last opportunity before they have to scrub till October. But I didn't hear that from SpaceX. I just heard some other people saying that. And Dan K says, move to the West Coast. You'll go to bed earlier. I don't know if that's how that works. Guys, Super Salty says, I still remember back when I first watched you would float around with the astronauts when they docked to the ISS. I'm laughing because I remember doing that, and that was ridiculous. But 100% would do it again. It was kind of fun. Now, here's an idea that I could get behind. Wes Quist says you need to move to Hawaii. Now we're talking. I could move to Hawaii. I could see that. Oh. We got activity. Oh, and then it's gonna buffer. What the stupid buffering? Come on. With the buffering. Why is it buffering?
Just heard some comms from the core to the crew.
No, we didn't.
Letting them know that they will be cycling some air to equalize inside of the cabin. So this could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. Now, the selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that...
How did my timeline get 30 seconds? Oh, no, just kidding. Well, it was 30 seconds off. Now it's like 20 seconds off.
Of the show, there are a number of firsts that are going to occur on this mission.
I don't know what's happening with this live stream.
And possibly reaching the
let's see. Fur Rain Man over on Twitch says, stop neglecting us here on Twitch. I'm not neglecting you on Twitch. I love everybody on Twitch. I love all my commenters equally.
Crew will also be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit.
William Stewart over on Facebook says, Tori, you're an amazing man. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out with us here today. And don't forget, it's been a little while since we've seen a St. Jude's Children's Hospital donation. But remember, the Polaris Dawn mission as a whole is a fundraiser for the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. And so I am also participating in that. So if you're on Facebook or Twitch or X or Instagram and watching from one of those platforms, you're going to have to slide over to the YouTube live stream. Because on the YouTube live stream, there is a fundraiser attached to the live stream. and you could donate. And if you feel inclined, donate to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. We're all excited about this mission, but it's cool to remember that one of the things that that's important to Jared Isaacman, and I think it's very noble that he's bringing all this attention, doing all these firsts and these big missions and things like that. And as part of that, he's making it all a St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital fundraiser. So consider donating. If you have the means and if you feel so inclined, consider making a donation to St. Jude's. There we go. Right on time. Just as I'm got a picture of St. Jude's here, just as I'm talking about it. So right on time. And that's another thing, like the astronauts are reading a book to St. Jude's patients. They're visiting St. Jude's patients. Like it's not just a symbolic fundraiser either. Like they're actually going to St. Jude's. And I don't know if there's a Starlink delivery here. So I don't know if it's actually St. Jude's that they're showing on the screen. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. So consider that. What percentage does YouTube take of any donation? My understanding, and I could be wrong on this, but my understanding is that YouTube doesn't take any percentage on donations. They do take a percentage, like if it's just like a regular live stream and you like super chat to me or something like that. It doesn't come to me. It goes to Overlook Horizon. But if you were to like super chat, they do take a percentage of that. But my understanding on fundraisers is that YouTube does not take any percentage from a fundraiser. 100% of the funds go to the charity. That's my understanding. And there we go. Of course, I gave all that big spiel, and Andre Nunez, one of our great fans and chat participants, has made a $20 Canadian. I don't know what the exchange rate is, but a $20 donation nonetheless to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thank you, Andre Nunez, for making that donation and supporting a great cause. It's also, we got, it's a great mission. It's a great cause. We got a lot of excitement. And, I think, I don't know, maybe Jared Isaacman would do this anyways, even if it didn't raise a ton of money. But the last Inspiration 4 mission raised a ton of money for St. Jude's. And I feel like that kind of spurred him into like wanting to do more stuff like this and more, like, of course he likes to do the space stuff, but the fact that the St. Jude's part of it was so successful, that kind of helps too. So anyways,
opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will...
Graham says, isn't that like $5,000 US? I'm not sure that's the correct exchange rate, but maybe it's close.
Dragon, we are tracking some rain near the pad and still monitoring the cumulus cloud condition from earlier. We're going to be taking the weather decision down to T-minus 50 minutes, and in the meantime, evaluating system readiness for LES arm. With that, we're going to have you start section 5 of 4.100 and report when you are go for launch.
Oh boy.
All right, copy that, SpaceX. For weather, you're tracking rain, and you're going to take this down to a T-minus 15-minute mark while you evaluate for LES arming. We are go to step into section 5 for LES arming preparation.
That's a good read back, Dragon.
Yeah, so we've still got those cumulus clouds and rain in the area. If we take a look here, here's our weather. Hasn't really, not a ton of changes here, but yeah, I don't know. I said earlier, it's looking more like 20% than 40%. And I still kind of feel that way. We got a lot of potential for rain. We got this storm. I don't know. This guy's going the wrong direction. He's coming towards the launch pad. And, with all that, of course, comes clouds. So we do have clouds. Let's see. Space shuttle landing facilities. Still hasn't updated. 47 minutes ago, reported overcast 10,000 feet. I'm hoping that updates soon. Down here at the Patrick Space Force Base was clear skies. That was also 47 minutes ago. Down here a little further, we got a special bulletin here for Melbourne, Florida. Broken clouds 5,500, overcast 8,000, moderate rain and mist. So that's not great. So anyways, we just had, and this is why they just talked about this with the crew, is we just had the 1 hour weather briefing, which is a big weather briefing, but it sounds like they were going to kind of delay that. They're trying to make a decision at this point. They're trying to make a decision whether to go forward, whether or not they think that there's a chance the weather will get better. Because if there's a chance that it'll get better, they'll try to fuel the rocket. If there's no chance of it getting better, well, they're either going to scrub or they're going to push it till later in the window. Pushing it till later in the window is not really what I want. I would rather it just scrub for the night if they're not going to launch at the top of the window. But personally, I'd rather they just launch. So we're 55 minutes from launch. At 50, they're going to make a decision about proceeding with fueling. And primarily they have to arm the launch escape system and start the fueling process. They'll have to retract the crew access arm and fuel loading. So they do the go, no go pull for fuel loading at 45 minutes. Fuel loading doesn't actually start till 38 minutes. So they load the whole vehicle with fuel from 38 minutes all the way down to, they stop fueling like a minute or two beforehand. I forget the exact timing, but Hill CT said, I thought the only thing they were worried about were crosswinds and lightning. No, so the main concerns here for the entire night are precipitation. Let's see, we go to our weather report. Main concerns here are thick cloud layers, cumulus clouds, and flight through precipitation. That was the main concern for the night, is those three things. And, we could see there's precipitation in the area. With that precipitation comes cumulus clouds that are in the general vicinity. And, we don't launch through cumulus clouds because it can cause rocket-induced lightning. And so, it's a hazard. It's a risk. And they won't do it. So right now it sounds like there's some rain coming towards the launch pad. Rain right now is not a big deal because we're 53 minutes. The question, though, is they're coming up on a point where they need to decide whether to fuel the vehicle. And are they going to fuel the vehicle? That decision is kind of based on, does the weather look like it's going to trend better? If it's going to trend better, they'll try it, right? They can recover a lot of the fuel, but not all of it. And in the grand scheme of things, the fuel is not that. The money lost from fuel if they have to scrub is not that expensive, comparatively speaking. I can't afford it. I don't want to speak for you, but you probably can't afford it. But they can afford it. I don't know.
Dissipate in time. There is a couple of rules that we're watching, trying to hope that weather clears out from the 10 nanometer range. So we are standing by for that final update from the launch weather officer. But as you can see on your screen, Polaris Dawn crew is pretty comfy in their suits.
Did she say 10 nanometers? I don't think she meant nanometers. I think she meant nautical miles. I think she read NM and she read nanometers. I think she meant nautical miles. 10 nautical mile range would make a lot more sense than 10 nanometer range.
For the initial T0 that we're planning for right now.
That's right. But we are standing by, like we said before, just a couple minutes for that final update. Basically a go, no-go update from our weather officer. It's a little deceiving because this view here, these inky black skies, you can't really tell what the weather is or isn't around the pad. Of course, pad 39A here on your camera. And if I were Jared in the capsule, right, hearing that, you're in the capsule, you've done a successful suit leak check, you've done a successful side hatch leak check and closure, and he has flown in this capsule once before. This is Dragon Resilience. This is, of course, the capsule that took the Inspiration 4 mission on its, couple-day mission around planet Earth. And, if I were Jared, I would be really impatient at this point and just like...
Yeah, we're listening in right now. The launch team is talking to the launch weather officer. They're trying to look in the crystal ball and figure out, do we think things may clear up in 51 minutes enough, keep the clouds, everything away more than 10 nautical miles from the pad? Or should we go to the second T0, which is at 9 hours, 23 minutes universal time, just under 100-minute delay if we have to wait? They're asking the LWO questions. We have the propellant load and launch go-no-go poll coming up at 50 minutes, or at 45 minutes. So everything's coming together right now. So we're going to listen in just a little bit more and see whether or not we roll the dice and proceed to 0, hoping that the little cells that are popping up dissipate in 20 to 30 minutes and give us a clear launch to space, or if we decide we're going to delay a bit.
We knew.
Here's the other thing that we have to keep in mind is that there's a big weather gate at 30 minutes, so we cannot have any lightning that happens after the 30-minute mark. T-minus 30 minutes, if we have lightning, it's going to scrub the attempt, or at least this current attempt.
That, the clouds parted, or rather just stayed away out of those 10 nautical miles. We wanted to try and take advantage of the opportunity if it presents itself. So we're keeping our fingers crossed and really hoping for that opportunity. And of course, we're talking about launch weather, but something that we've been looking at for the last couple of weeks is not only the launch weather, but also the booster downrange recovery weather, as well as the ascent phase abort scenario weather patterns. Want to make sure that if Dragon, for some reason, has to activate the launch escape system during the ascent phase, that all that weather along that corridor is clear, and the weather 5 days from now to make sure that there is a viable path for safe crew return when their mission is done. So
a lot of weather
going on.
Yeah, there's a lot to look out for. And again, we are trying to make this call prior to propellant loading starting on the vehicles. That will be important for us to be able to hold if we decide to go to the additional T0 opportunities that we have. We'd like to make that call before we start loading propellant.
Exactly. So we're now under T-minus 48 minutes. We are standing by for the final update from the launch weather officer. We're hoping that we get the okay to proceed into propellant load. This is such a great view. It reminds me of Tron, really. This view with the crew access arm illuminated from the interior.
Yeah, so we should be hearing any minute because that go-no-go polling is supposed to be at T-minus.
Proceed with 18.85, propellant load, go-no-go poll.
Well, we'll find.
Just a quick note, launch director telling the team to proceed with the go-no-go poll.
Might be
going to talk to crew now.
Might be decent news, although the go-no-go poll might involve the weather officer who says no-go, so.
Dragon SpaceX for weather update.
Here we go.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we're still watching weather. It seems that the T01 opportunity is going to have the best chance of getting us to a launch today. So we're going to be pressing into the propellant load go-no-go poll.
Oh.
And copy that, SpaceX. And just for good readback, we are presently no-go for weather, but we are stepping into the prop load poll.
I think that's what I heard. Oh, he's taking his time to read it back. What do you got, Shiva?
And stand by, Dragon. We're just confirming.
Oh, uh-oh. Oh. Yeah, so they said weather is... The original comment was weather is no-go, but we're going to proceed. Because the T-01, meaning the first launch attempt, has the best chance of being good weather.
Yeah, we're coming up on T-minus 46 minutes. They've made a determination to continue on, betting that the weather will be go in 46 minutes from now. We heard Core bring it up with the crew briefly. We're waiting now for the directions from the launch director to the launch team for the readiness for propellant load and launch pole. Currently, they are continuing to talk with the launch weather officer, but it looks like if you look at the upcoming T0 or the next one in about 100 minutes, it's about an equal opportunity. So we're going to move into propellant load, it appears. Now, right now, the launch director should be polling electronically.
For awareness, we got one more radar scan. We're evaluating this radar scan.
7 members.
We'll get back here.
Oh, they're doing another weather radar scan.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're standing by.
Oh, come on. Coming down to the wire.
Yeah, there's some discussion on the WeatherNet about a cell to the northwest and whether or not it's exceeding constraints.
Cell to the northwest. I don't even see a cell to the northwest.
Electronic poll has been completed. If we do continue with the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX, we're getting meteorological input that we should waive this attempt given the last radar scan. So we're going to pause the clock here and move to our second T0.
Copy that, SpaceX, and we are standing by for the second T0.
Well, that's not good.
Okay, we're T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds, and we have paused the clock for the moment.
We
got a last-minute update. One cell right at around the 10 nautical mile border had popped up on the radar returns. We have to get all the weather clear within 10 nautical miles of the launch pad in order to be able to launch Falcon 9 with the crew on the Dragon.
And launch control.
The weather was iffy. If it would clear in time for the original T0.
2349 UTC. And LD, that's 09:23:49 UTC. That is correct.
Launch director confirming the planned new T0, 09:23:49, I believe, universal time. That would be at 5:23 a.m. on pad 39A.
And the clock is counting to 09:23:49 UTC.
As you can see on the webcast screen now.
Dragon SpaceX launch T time has been moved to 092349 Zulu. Stand by for seat rotation, after which you will remain in the capsule with the side hatch closed. Please confirm when you are ready for seat rotation.
Copy that, SpaceX, new T0 092349, and we'll get back to you on that seat rotation.
Oh, man.
We just heard the core.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. We will report when initiating.
Well.
Okay, it sounds like we are now in the middle of seat rotation. With the delay, you see on the screen, we're T-minus 2 hours, 27 minutes. There's a view inside the capsule. They're working on their tablets, getting their updated clock.
Yeah, so this is like an hour and 40-minute delay.
Okay.
So that's going to be a bummer.
Updating for those who are watching right now. We got down
Dragon,
to
SpaceX
just
is initiating seat rotation.
a lot going on here. Seat rotation being initiated. We ought to see that on our screen coming up. And seat movement begins. That'll make it a little easier on the crew
coming down
as we wait for the launch window opportunity number 2 to arrive. They'll be back into a more regular seated posture, and then we'll get back through seat rotation a little bit later on. But right now, inside 2.5 hours now to the planned T0. As we mentioned, as we started the webcast, we had 3 opportunities. We've had to wait.
Seats are in the upright position.
Copy that, SpaceX. We show the same.
We had to wave off the first opportunity just as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. The weather forecast was iffy at best, and we have elected to go for the second of the 3 T0 opportunities. Next launch opportunity at 9:23:49 Universal Time. We'll have a third opportunity if need be at 11 hours 50 minutes Universal Time. We don't know what the weather forecast is. It's fairly dynamic as a tropical boundary layer has come ashore in Florida. Now, just before we had the hold, the launch chief engineer had pulled both the Dragon and Falcon 9 teams, verifying that if we were to hold at this point in the count, just at T-minus 45 minutes before we began propellant load, that both the Dragon and the Falcon teams were in a good position to hold the clock and then recycle back to the T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes that you see on the screen now. So we had not taken any irreversible steps. In fact, as you just saw, the crew rotation back to a vertical position, give them a little more comfort. They will remain inside the Dragon capsule as we continue to count down. Everything is good for Dragon, as well as for the Falcon 9 team. We had not begun loading propellant into the Falcon 9, and so we were able to hold the clock and wait till we get closer, and then we can resume the final checks and the propellant load of Falcon 9. Hopefully, fingers crossed, for a launch coming up in 2 hours and 24 minutes. And of course, we'll be continuing to watch the weather throughout the early morning in Florida. As I mentioned just a moment ago, it is dynamic conditions. The concerns we had were not winds. It was twofold. A shower was passing over the launch pad that was just had rain in the ascent trajectory, but we expected the rain shower to dissipate. The bigger problem is there are frontal boundaries north and south of the launch site, and we were then seeing cells popping up, and that made us a little concerned that they may still be around at T0, and we would then have had to scrub for the day. So the good news is we are still counting down for launch. We're going to wait 2 hours and change and see how things go. And with that, Kate, Atticus, Jesse.
All right, so bad news. We listened in for a whole bunch, and yeah, unfortunately, they are pushing this out another hour and 40 minutes to launch window opportunity number 2 of 3. It's now targeting 5:23 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah, that's pretty late. So
on our T0 clock.
That's in work, Dragon. I'll let you know when we have that updated.
Yeah, Core just working through some housekeeping
And cap that SpaceX.
with the Dragon displays.
Sounds like they need their T0 clocks inside the capsule need to be updated to the new T0. So, yeah, now we're targeting 5:23 a.m. Eastern time. Another 2 hours and 22 minutes to go. It was interesting. Miss in Seattle says, didn't they say they had the best opportunity was the first window? So why are they going through this? They did say that once, but then John Innsbrucker said that the first and the second had about the same chances. And then they did that radar scan and the cell popped up and they decided that now the second one has the best chance. So I don't know. If we look here, here's our radar map. I mean, I'm still not seeing like anything on radar that's showing anything crazy. If we look here, we've now got our shuttle landing facility has updated as of 8 minutes ago. It was few clouds 2,900, few clouds 21,000, which is, I mean, few clouds is great. That's almost clear skies. And that's right at the shuttle landing facility. But they're looking at a 10 nautical mile radius. And they said there was a cell that popped up. I mean, maybe it's this little guy here, this little tiny cell. That could be possible because, I mean, but, you know, we're expecting that to kind of move out of the way. They were talking about some frontal boundaries. So really it's this, we've got this stationary front here. We push forward just a little bit. That stationary front is sitting almost directly over the top of Cape Canaveral here. And so that's what's causing a lot of these pop-up storms. It's right up against a cold front. It's kind of turning into a stationary front and yeah, generating a lot of these scattered storms here that we're seeing in the area. So I guess they're thinking that there's going to be a better chance in at the second attempt now. So now we need to wait. If Mike Ferguson, they're probably streaming Overlook Horizon on their iPads. Probably not, but that would be cool though. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do because this could turn into an all-night kind of thing. I'm going to take a break. I've been going now for almost 3 hours straight, and now we got another 2 hours to go. So I'm going to take a break. I think I'm going to take kind of a long break since we've got a long time to go, and really nothing is going to happen between now and T-minus 1 hour. So I think I'm going to take a break for like an hour. And then we'll resume commentary. I'm going to say it's like 4:15 Eastern time. We'll come back and resume. And let's see, I got to figure out what the best way. Let's see if we can do some live producing here. Because what I want to do is I want to keep this weather up. But I also want to have the SpaceX stream up. So let's try. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do some live. No, how can we do this? I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. Let me think about this for a second. If Red Scorpion, if only you had some mock commercials ready. I know he really wants me to do the mock Red Lobster commercials.
Lobster Fest is on.
All right, let me think about. I'm trying to live produce this because I'm gonna take a break for a minute. But I want to leave you with the SpaceX stream and this weather display at the same time. So, can I do this? Let me see. So what we want is I got to add some stuff. You're not going to see any of this. You're just going to stare at the weather for a moment. Just bear with me. We're going to do some live producing. We're going to add that. Like that. We're going to add... Wait, no, we don't want that at all. We want to add this. Is this what I want? Yes. And then should I add that? What does that add? Just hold on. I know this is like super riveting content that's like everybody's just into, but I just need to make sure. I need to. We'll just minimize all this stuff. We'll use another one of my monitors for this. I can do this. I promise. So. Let me see. I need to add, we need a cool background. We'll get our lobster scrolling background here. Add existing. I already got this in here somewhere. There we go. We'll put the lobster scroll on. And then we'll put... Let's see, SpaceX up, and we'll put the weather over there. Yeah, this will all make sense in a moment. We'll put our weather up, and why can't I see that? Oh, there it is. Okay, so then that, we'll take that, put that there, that there. How am I going to make this look good? I don't know how to make this look good. Oh, I do know how to make this look good. I have an idea. Well, maybe I don't have an idea. All right. I know this is riveting. Just give me a second. I'm not prepared for this. Okay, hold on. I have to do something else. This will all make... This will all make a lot of sense once you see this up here. You're going to see it up here, and then you're going to be like, oh, that's what he's doing. Well, here's what actually, this is what I'll do, because we don't have to all just sit here and listen to this. I'm going to go on a break. I'm going to work on this while I'm on my break. I'm going to go on this break for, I don't know, probably like an hour. And then we'll come back. We'll come back in about an hour. We'll chat it up some more. We'll try for another launch attempt. Consider joining the Discord to chat it up some more. I'm going to try to, I'm going to leave the stream. The stream's going to keep going. I'm just going to go on a break and we'll return here 1 hour from now. And we will, we'll resume in a bit. So get your snacks, get your drinks, take a little nap. And we will, we'll come right back here. And we'll try for attempt number 2. All right. I'll see you guys in an hour. Don't go far. Come back to us. All right. We'll see you soon.
Other SpaceX team member, Anna Walker-Menon.
We got a problem with this. I can't put the volume up if they're going to play music like that, though. That's a problem.
To push off of our initial T0 due to weather conditions. But in those packages, you got some glimpses into the training that the Polaris Dawn crew had to undergo. They not only went through the same SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts, but they also had to train to perform an EVA, or an extravehicular activity, or spacewalk as it's better known as. For basic SpaceX training, they were trained on everything from orbital mechanics to how to live in microgravity. They also ran through numerous simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside our Dragon training spacecraft.
Yeah, and in addition to ensuring they are familiar with SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, the crew went through an extensive training regimen to build their physical endurance and mental toughness, ensuring they are well-rounded and prepared for spaceflight, and especially for the first ever commercial spacewalk. From scuba diving to skydiving, we had an opportunity to talk to the crew about some of the rigorous training that they went through, and here's what they had to say.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need.
is the top portion of the spacecraft you see there on your screen, and this allows for transport of people and environmentally sensitive cargo. Dragon's trunk, which sits just below the pressurized section, not only carries unpressurized cargo, but also supports the spacecraft during ascent, and it remains attached to Dragon until shortly before re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And as you can see there, half of the trunk is covered in solar panels on the left side, and that's to provide power to Dragon during flight. The spacecraft is also equipped with 16 Draco thrusters, which are used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. Each Draco thruster is capable of generating around 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space, and these engines are just as important to Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9. In addition to these 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos, and these power the spacecraft's launch escape system. In the very unlikely event of an emergency, the Super Draco engines can power Dragon half a mile away from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds. And just like the Falcon 9 first stage, Dragon is also reusable. In fact, the Polaris Dawn crew is flying today in the exact same spacecraft for NASA's Crew 1 mission, as well as Inspiration 4. That said, there are a few changes that we've made to Dragon for this mission. In order to accommodate a spacewalk, this is the first Dragon to be outfitted with a Skywalker in place of the cupola observation dome. The Skywalker is a structure that is mounted to the top of Dragon, as you can see there, and the astronauts will use this to assist in exiting and re-entering the spacecraft during their spacewalk. This Dragon is also carrying Starlink, making this the first mission to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Inside of Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal located in Dragon's trunk, and this terminal will be linked to a new device known as the Plug and Placer, which will enable the spacecraft to communicate with Starlink satellites that will be in orbit below Dragon. Now, we're very excited to see all of this in action, but Dragon has to get up there first. So let's take a look at the rocket that will be taking our crew and Dragon to space. Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9, the first orbital class rocket capable of reflight. Reusability allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, and that in turn drives down the cost of spaceflight. To date, Falcon 9 has performed 369 orbital launches, 326 landings, and 300 reflights. Standing about 65.5 meters tall, or about 215 feet, Falcon 9 is a two-stage rocket that provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage thanks to those 9 Merlin M1D engines. And today's mission will be the 4th launch and landing for this particular booster. It previously supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in March earlier this year. It's also supported 2 SpaceX Starlink missions. Now, after stage separation, when the first stage has done the bulk of its job for the day, it will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way back down towards the surface of Earth. First is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter the thicker layers of Earth's atmosphere. Finally, the landing burn will further decelerate the rocket just enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs, and these are made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. These are placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, and they are stowed during ascent and deploy just ahead of landing. Now, moving up the rocket, a Falcon 9's second stage engine ignites a few seconds after stage separation, and this engine can be restarted multiple times to place multiple payloads into different orbits. The second stage is powered by one single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine is capable of more than 220,000 pounds of thrust. The MVAC features a significantly larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in the vacuum of space, and at full power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency ever for an American-made hydrocarbon rocket engine. And of course, let's not forget about the unsung inner stage, a composite structure that connects the first and second stages. It also houses the pneumatic pushers that allow the first and second stages to separate during flight. Inside of the inner stage, or rather outside of the inner stage, is where you'll find Falcon 9's 4 hypersonic grid fins, and these are at the base of the inner stage. They help orient the rocket during re-entry. Here in Hawthorne, you can actually have lunch in the cafe while watching the inner stages being made just across the aisle. Looks like we're just at about T-minus 2 hours or so. So while we continue to count down, how are things going, John?
Well, Atticus, things are about where we left it before. Inside T-minus 2 hours, you can see with the live shot there of the pad deck, looking at the 2 elevators we used a few hours ago to bring the crew up and the view up on top of the fixed service structure. We do have that light rain shower that we're talking about. Actually, right now, we would be at about T-minus 3 minutes, and the weather would be red. So the good news is when we made the decision to pause the countdown and go to the second T0, we avoided what would have been a scrub right now. Because as you may recall, once we begin loading propellant onto the Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes, you're committed then. You've got to get down to 0 and launch, or you're scrubbed for the day. Now, we did not start propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes, a little bit of a status refresh. We got down to T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds approximately, and we called a pause or a hold in the countdown. We had just finished the electronic poll verifying that the Falcon team was go to load propellant into the Falcon 9, but we did not actually get that far. All evening or early morning, as the case may be, at Kennedy Space Center, we've been watching the weather. The launch weather officer had advised the team that a frontal boundary had come ashore in Florida. That was creating scattered cells that would pop up and occasionally violate the cumulus cloud rule, or in this case, as we just saw with the pad deck view there, or up on top of the fixed service structure, we were getting rain showers with rain higher up in the atmosphere than we would be allowed to fly through. So we continued to count down, fingers crossed, heading for that first T0, which was planned for 7:38 Universal Time. Inside T-minus 1 hour, it was still very uncertain whether or not the weather would cooperate for that first T0. The team took the decision down as far as they could inside of T-minus 50 minutes, trying to get the last little bit of information. But just as we thought we were going to press on and go with the original T0, we saw a cell pop up on the radar map that exceeded conditions. We looked at that and decided to go ahead and hold the clock. We heard the Corps then go back up, talk to the crew, tell them that we were held, and then we recycled to the second T0. Now we have 3 T0 opportunities. The first one is now passing us by as we get ready at 7 hours and 38 minutes Universal Time, 10 minutes from now, and that would have been a scrub. The next one that we are aiming for is coming up at 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds Universal Time, just under the 2 hours you see there on the countdown clock. There is a third opportunity if we need it at 11 hours, 15 minutes Universal Time. The problem we have is the weather is still uncertain enough that the team can't make a decision whether the second T0 or the third T0 is the best one. We're going to continue counting down, obviously, as you can see on the clock there. The scattered rain showers we see, those should clear out of the way. But we most recently had another no-go condition pop up. The surface electric field, essentially the measure of how the atmosphere is electrically charged, has violated criteria. We're going to continue to watch that. We think that one will clear. Primarily, we're continuing to worry about the cumulus clouds and the possibility of having to fly through rain on the way up the northeast coast of the United States as we head into the orbit at just over 51 degrees inclination. The Corps has talked to the crew on board Dragon. The mission director for Dragon, they have done their readiness polls. We've also checked with the SpaceX Falcon 9 team. They are go. Also, it appears that the next T0, there is no proximity warnings or concerns with any orbital satellites. Sometimes you have to move a launch window a minute or two if there might be a conjunction in space. Right now, it looks like we don't have any of those issues. The big question will be whether or not the weather is going to be go at the next T0. The other plan that we have is while we are in this hold for a little while, this is giving the Dragon and Falcon launch teams a chance to rotate people on and off console, take a few minutes break. It's been a long early morning for the team. Everybody continues to have support. So, we're ready to support anything that may come up, but we are giving the crew a chance to refresh. The next major event is we continue asking the launch weather officer, what's the forecast look like? What's the forecast look like? The next big one coming up will be at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, just over 22 minutes from now. That's when Dragon is going to rotate the seats back into the launch position. The crew right now is sitting upright inside the Dragon that you can see there. The crew access arm, and there's a view of the crew in their upright posture, and then we'll rotate to horizontal into the launch position to get ready. That'll be a little later in the count than we had done it the first time around, but that's fine. The hatch is closed, leak checks, everything is copacetic and Dragon. So they'll get ready in an hour and a half and go back into the launch position in their seats. We'll continue to bring it down. We'll get inside T-minus 1 hour where we'll do another evaluation on what the launch looks like. And then fingers crossed, we'll be able to press past T-minus 45 minutes and get into the prop load at T-minus 35 minutes. Everything continues to look good. One reminder, the only people on the pad right now are the Dragon crew themselves, the 4 people inside the Dragon. You can see that crew access arm. The seals have been deflated. They're retracted. All of the handholds are out of the way. Everything's been cleared. The only thing really waiting for everybody is ideally we get inside 45 minutes so we can retract the arm. So nobody's going back out to the pad right now. All the vehicles are cleared off. So we're going to just continue to give you status updates as we go along. But Kate, yeah, hopefully the second T0 is the winner. The first one turns out the weather is red right now, and we wouldn't have been able to go.
Yep. Well, you know what? It's been a good rehearsal so far. And realistically speaking, while the Polaris Dawn crew, I'm sure, would be delighted to be closer to, wait, how long have we been holding now? Would they be in space now? I'm not sure. My brain is a little mushy at this point. But the point is that they would still be in the Dragon capsule right now, regardless, in their seats, most likely. So they're not really doing anything significantly different physically anyway. Now, we did, as you heard John say, we did rotate the seats a bit so that they could kind of like stretch out a little bit more to be a little bit more comfortable. So yeah, I'm guessing there's probably some like charades happening or other games involving like hand signs and yeah, so
whatever they can do while still strapped into their seats.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah,
oh, look, there they are.
There you can see them on their tablets.
All 4 of them
all
on
4
their
of them.
tablets. I wonder if we've equipped those tablets with any games. I hope so.
I mean, they'd have a lot more mobility in these EVA suits to be able to play some more games in these suits versus the IVA suits. So.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Gorgeous shot there of 39A. Like we mentioned before, we are in a not quite a holding pattern because we're still progressing with the launch countdown, but we did have to reset the T0 clock due to weather, and we are fingers crossed that our second targeted T0 time will be more fruitful than the first one.
Yeah, we are patiently waiting. It is T-minus 1 hour and 49 minutes until our new T0. But yeah, the crew is patiently waiting, relaxing inside of Dragon. And so now during the EVA for the Polaris Dawn crew, they will be wearing our newly designed EVA spacesuits, which we see them wearing in the Dragon capsule. And there you can see the suit on your screen. Building a base on the moon and a city on Mars will require thousands of suits. So the development of this suit and the EVA that's going to be performed on this mission are important steps to a scalable design for spacesuits on future long-duration missions. So let's take a look at the making of the suits our crew will be wearing during the first ever commercial spacewalk.
An EVA suit is an extravehicular activity suit, which is a spacesuit that can go outside of the spacecraft.
opportunities for researchers that might not otherwise have an opportunity to do so.
For more information about SpaceX's on-orbit research program, visit spacex.com/human-spaceflight/research. Now, as we mentioned at the start of the show, there are a number of firsts for this mission. The first commercial spacewalk, possibly reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, which, if that happens, it would break the altitude record set by the Gemini 11 mission, which was half a century ago.
Yeah, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network while in orbit. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer.
And Dragon, we are cycling the orbit tank isolation valves again to equalize the low-flow pressure system.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're following.
And just a quick update from the core to the crew. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer, and inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. Now, this terminal will be linked to the new plug-and-placer device that is mounted on board.
And all of this will be responsible for establishing and maintaining a laser communications link with Starlink satellites, which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there's a lot to be learned. If this works, the plug-and-placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
Yeah, this technology will also help here on Earth by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to underserved communities around the world. The Polaris program is donating Starlink to St. Jude Global Partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude Global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew actually had a chance to hear from the students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it and we know so little about it. How many of you would like to be an astronaut someday? There we go.
How many of you want to go with us on our mission?
They all want to go.
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion. Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed.
SpaceX's ultimate goal is to make life multiplanetary, and Starship is the vehicle that will get us there. Starship is a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 200 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers.
And we're still in the testing phase, but major milestones like flying at a high cadence, fulsome reuse, and on-orbit refilling are key priorities. We're also building a second Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Now, also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take the crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the moon. The vehicle will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before the Artemis
Dragon
3
SpaceX,
mission.
You are go for section 5 of 4.100. Report when you are go for launch.
And copy that, SpaceX. We're stepping into section 5, 4.100.
All right, so just the core syncing up with the crew, informing them that we are continuing with the launch countdown. So I was talking about the Artemis 3 program, the Artemis program, specifically the Artemis 3 mission, and how the Starship vehicle, like the one that you see there on your screen, will perform an uncrewed demonstration mission before the Artemis 3 mission. And that will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface.
SpaceX, section 5, 4.100. Cruise go for launch.
All right, that is
Copy, crew is go for launch.
music to our ears. Crew is once again still ready for launch. So with the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface expedition. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. As we mentioned, we completed the fourth flight test of Starship on June 6th down in Starbase, Texas, as you see there. The Super Heavy booster lifted off successfully and completed a full duration ascent burn.
Starship executed another successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second stage Raptor engines before separating the vehicles. Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it back towards its splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, 7 minutes and 24 seconds into flight. The landing was caught by both the onboard camera as well as one of our marine buoys.
Meanwhile, Starship's 6 second stage Raptor engines successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast. Starship made a controlled re-entry, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and maximum aerodynamic pressure, demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds.
And speaking of those flaps, Starship provided live video throughout re-entry via SpaceX's Starlink satellites, providing most spectacular views. And we all cheered on the little flap that could as it hung on with the last strings for dear life. Now, these Starlink-enabled views, they were incredible, and we're looking forward to having similar incredible views on Polaris Dawn.
Yeah. Flight 4 ended with Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn since our high-altitude test campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean.
All right.
About an hour and 6 minutes.
We're back. We're still here. I don't know if anybody's with us. If you're still here or everybody went to bed, I definitely got a little short little nap in, but I'm back. Hopefully somebody's here to listen, even though we were gone for a little while. And of course, now it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Collie's still here. Somebody's with us. Somebody's still here. Well, that's good news. We've at least got one person still with us. So we are, there we go. Martin's still here. Better time for Martin now, 9 o'clock in the morning. That sounds like a great time, actually, for Martin. Dan's still here. All right. We got it. We got some people here with us still. That's good. All right. We're good. We're doing it. Well, so don't worry. We're here. All right. Good. Dan's still here. Martin's here. Collie's here. Simon. DNA Records said it's a go just a second ago. Yeah, so I have been listening in for a little while. KDB had some snacks. KDB's here. Yeah, so I was listening in a little bit. I did try to get a tiny bit of a nap in. Wasn't that great. I actually slept in my new studio couches over here. They're not even couches, they're chairs. Anyways. But yeah, so they did say that the crew is go. Big weather gate coming up here. We're approaching that weather gate one more time, the 1 hour weather gate. And this will be another look at whether or not the weather gate will determine whether or not they're going to go and attempt the fueling. So we're still dealing with this weather issue, although it is looking better now. We can see I've had this up for a little while. I also added some of our airmets and sigmets, which for those of you that may not be pilots, that's these little colored polygons that are up here now. Those are basically airmets are kind of like warnings, and sigmets are kind of like really strong warnings. Let's put it in simple terms. So sigmets are like the red section here is a sigmet for convective weather here. This is a convective sigmet, basically meaning like this is thunderstorm activity. Like be very, very careful flying through this area. And up here, the orange section, this is just like a turbulence airmet. It's just a kind of a warning for turbulence. Purple area is a warning for IFR and mountain obscurations, meaning that there'll be a lot of cloud cover, maybe fog or low-lying clouds, things like that, low visibility. But the big one that we're kind of looking at here is this convective sigmet. Now, when I left you, the convective sigmet was actually over Cape Canaveral. And so that was like the big problem. Just want to check in on the crew here. Looks like the crew's kind of getting tired as well. But big problem was that convective sigmet was actually over the launch site. Now it's a little bit nicer because we do actually have a gap between our launch site and our convective sigmet. Although I don't like things like this popping up, this little tiny cell here. We don't want that anywhere nearby.
Again, we will be.
But the majority of the nasty weather now is pushed just a tiny bit to the east. Is it enough to get us a go for propellant loading? Could be, but again, we do have to remember that we need good weather not only for the launch, but also for the abort scenarios. And so we're going to the northeast. It is looking a little bit better, but we got these little cells here, another cell over here for abort scenarios. So, you know, those could potentially get in the way. Maybe some of these out here could get in the way as well. It doesn't seem, it seems a lot better now, but still iffy. Oh, here's our weather update now.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we are currently go for launch. Updated probability of violation is 20%. So with that, we are going to be pressing towards T02. We'll keep you updated if any other weather comes through.
That's great news.
Hey, copy that.
Right? Did he say? I think he said 20% chance of violation,
so as we just heard,
meaning 80% go.
Our opportunity for launching is sounding better and better. The probability of violation for weather rules has decreased from 35% probability to 20%. So that is excellent news.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Now let's talk a little bit about our mission commander.
All right, now we're talking here. I'm feeling much better about this. Maybe I'll actually get a tiny bit of real sleep here. So now we're talking 20% chance of violating launch constraints, weather constraints, and 80% chance of go. So that's great news. Let's get this We gotta like retweet this or something like that. Let's see. Now let's see. Now down to 20%. Down to only 20% chance of violating weather constraints. Looking much better. All right, let's get this. We just gotta share it out on the Twitter machine, the X. Okay, so down to only 20% chance of violating constraints now, which is fantastic news. And I think a lot of that, I mean, I still look at, you know, every once in a while we get these little bits that pop up here. We got some lightning happening out here, but that should be far enough out. Can I measure? I don't know how to measure on the desktop version of this. That should be far enough out where it's not going to affect like surface electric fields or lightning conditions. Like it's generally within like a 10 nautical mile radius of the launch pad. That's way more than 10 nautical miles away. So this lightning out here shouldn't be a huge concern. And it looks like we got a pretty big buffer away from a lot of the precipitation. There's this weird cell right here. Could be an erroneous return of some sort. We got some smaller cells right here. So hopefully this is looking a lot better here now. Still a chance that we could see a violation, but hopefully we press on. So we're going to get the go, no go poll from the launch director for, it's an electronic poll, but they will do that polling to fuel the rocket. And then hopefully we'll get the crew access arm retracting away. They'll arm the launch escape system and then start the fueling at T-minus 38 minutes. So we're about only 15 minutes away from fueling now. Kevin Kelly's with us over on Facebook. We even got people that stuck around on Facebook as well. Thanks for sticking around for this long night. We're pushing forward to a new launch attempt. This new launch attempt now going to be at, what do we say, 5:23 a.m. Eastern time. So a little under an hour, 52 minutes to go until launch. So if you're just joining us and you weren't paying attention earlier, this is the Polaris Dawn mission. We'll run through a couple of recaps here real quick just to get you up to speed. Polaris Dawn, super exciting mission, kind of a first of its kind. It's going to set an Earth orbit altitude record, especially for private space flights. But it will be the farthest astronauts have traveled since the Apollo days, which is really exciting. So 1,400 kilometer apogee above Earth. That's its farthest point away from Earth will be 1,400 kilometers. Its closest point to Earth will be 190 kilometers. So it's going to be a oval-shaped orbit where the short end of the oval is only 190 kilometers above the surface. And the long, elongated part is way out at 1,400 kilometers above the surface. And it will launch into a little shallower orbit than that. It'll be 190 by 1,200. But then during day one, they're going to raise up to 1,400. Exciting thing number 2 is we're going to see the first commercial spacewalk. That's going to happen on day 3 of the 5-day mission. So expecting that maybe like Thursday. And that's going to utilize SpaceX's new EVA suits that they designed especially for this. And they are wearing those EVA suits now. So a little bulkier, a little more beefed up, but yeah, a pretty cool development. Now SpaceX has IVA suits for regular NASA crewed missions, and they now have EVA suits to do spacewalks. We've also got a new communication system on board. This is a first of its kind laser-based Starlink communication system for a human spacecraft. So they're going to test that on day 4 and try to do laser communication with Starlink for better communication purposes. And then, of course, there's over 40 science experiments from 20 different partner institutions. A lot of those are medical research. They're going to be wearing special contacts at one point to take measurements of their eyes for an extended period of time. So a lot of exciting stuff happening here for the Polaris Dawn mission here. This is a really pretty exciting. And one thing not to forget is that with all this exciting stuff happening, Polaris Dawn is also meant as a fundraiser for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. I'm also participating in that, so if you feel so inclined and you're watching over on YouTube, consider donating to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital using the donation or the fundraiser that I'm connected to for St. Jude's. YouTube doesn't take any money out of that. They don't take a percentage, so whatever you donate, 100% of that goes directly to St. Jude's, and YouTube will make sure that happens. So consider a donation if you have the means and you feel so inclined. It's kind of a cool thing to involve St. Jude's along with this whole thing. So that's those are the main mission objectives there. As far as the overview, this is going to be the 4th flight of a flight-proven Falcon 9 booster, launching from Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center on the east coast of Florida. The mission duration is going to be about a 5-day mission. It's going to be launching at an inclination of 51.6 degrees, meaning it's going northeast at launch. It'll be at an angle to the Earth, and it's a similar inclination that the International Space Station is in, that they would launch to meet up with the International Space Station. However, there is no option to go to the International Space Station for this. Number one, it's not going to work orbital mechanics wise. They're going to be out of phase with the International Space Station, so they can't meet up. There's no safe haven option to the International Space Station. Number two, there's no docking port on this Crew Dragon capsule. They took the docking port off to make way for the Skywalker handlebars, basically, so that they can come out of the nose hatch there and do their spacewalk and then go back in. So there is no docking port. So even if they weren't out of phase with the space station and they could somehow meet up, which they can't, but even if they could, they don't have a docking port to dock with the space station. So anyways, they will initially launch into that 190 by 1200 kilometer orbit. Day 1, they're going to raise that up to 190 by 1400 with the Draco thrusters. They will lower it to 190 by 700 to do the spacewalk. And then they'll continue lowering it in preparation for re-entry somewhere around day 5 or day 6 in that region there. So those are a couple of key stats, and then we can quickly look at the flight timeline. So flight day 1, launch. Obviously, we got to do that first. Then they're also going to start their pre-breathe procedure. That's going to go on for about a day and a half to kind of get their bodies ready for to pull the nitrogen out of their body so they don't suffer rapid decompression sickness. And they'll be doing that for a while. They will pass through the Van Allen belt. A lot of people think that humans can't do that. They can. We've done it. We did that during the moon. It's not a place you want to hang out forever, but we can do it. And they will do it again on this mission. They'll pass through the inner regions. So not through the entire thing, but the inner regions, the regions that are closest to Earth.
Launch director and the launch team have conducted their electronic poll. The launch director has also checked with the Dragon mission director for their readiness. Everything continues to look good. We're going to be hearing some instructions from the SpaceX launch director. He'll be making announcements on the control room lockdown and protocols for hold or launch escapes. And he'll also be reminding the team that inside of T-minus 10 seconds, only the computer can abort the launch. Now, once the LD, the launch director, gives these instructions, they will clear the team to proceed with moving the crew arm away from the launch vehicle. You can see the arm is in the access position right now, but once we get...
Pull is complete and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant loading, and launch. Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the C or LD and they'll approve during the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
All right.
We've heard the instructions. We're waiting to hear them inform the crew that access arm retract has started. We're also watching on the monitors as we see the crew access arm, waiting for it to begin into motion. Now, once we get through this, then we will be arming the launch
there goes the
escape
crew
system.
access arm.
There's a view.
Access arm retraction has started.
Crew access arm retraction has started. Once that's all the way back in the stowed position, we'll arm the launch escape system, proceed down to propellant load starting at T-minus 35 minutes. One other update, weather probability of violation, as we mentioned, down to 20%, and they just checked with the launch weather officer. Nothing appears to be in the area that would be a risk to T0 in just over 44 minutes.
All right. Great news. Great news. Weather's looking like it might cooperate here.
And Jesse, you can see crew access arm starting to come back now.
Yeah, this is a very exciting moment here. This is one of the last major visual milestones that we'll see in preparation for liftoff. And soon we should also hear the call out that the
Crew access arm retraction is complete.
There we go.
Great call there. That is the conclusion or completion of the crew access arm retraction. We should also hear the call out for the launch escapes.
Dragon, you are go for section 6. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
So now they're arming the launch escape system. So that
SpaceX, we are stepping into section 6. We're going to close visors and arm LES.
And there it is. They're getting ready to arm the launch escape system. And the crew is closing their visors, which you can see there. This is in preparation for that arming of the launch escape system. And then also coming up will be Falcon 9 prop loading beginning.
Yeah, we can see their tablets there on their legs, strapped on top of their
SpaceX
suits.
Dragon, section 6.2, our visors are closed, and we are proceeding with arming LES.
SpaceX copies.
So those tablets that they have provide all the information that they need for the mission. The crew, as you can see, reporting that they are ready for the next steps, reporting that all their visors are closed. Arming of the launch escape system now coming up.
all right, we're gonna need. I'm not sure who's still here with us, but we're gonna have to pull.
Escape system is verified armed.
There we go. Launch escape system is armed. We have to pull the comment sections.
Closing out 4.100.
4.100, a reference to
SpaceX copies closing 4.100.
That's a procedure the crew is running on their tablets. So with that, the launch escape system is now armed. Should something happen that requires Dragon to execute an emergency escape.
All right, we got to pull the comments and see if everybody else is ready here.
Space Lobster Control to Space Lobster Nation. Give me a go, no go in chat if you're still here with us and awake.
access arm, that arm took a minute or so to retract. It can actually come back into the support
There we go.
position much faster than that.
We'll see who's still awake. Still awake and still here. Look at this. There are people here with us. We're getting all the goes.
So if that was needed,
Wasn't sure if you all went to bed.
go down the arm.
Let's see. Oh, they're coming in too fast. I can't click on them. Alex's go for launch. JC checking for a pulse. Kaylin's go. Nina's go. JC says do it. Jack Stan's go. Super Salty Peanut go. Missing Seattle go for launch. Go the F go. Martin says go. Time flight. Go, go, go. Maggie on a mission. Go. Tyree, go. Simon, go. Colleagues, go. Dan Lassiter, go for launch. I think that's a statement, not a question. Go, Cat, go. Says Eddie. Bang Sticks, go. Jan's, go. Luke, let's go. OVN Project, go. Over on Facebook, M. Kevin Kelly's go. I think I got through everybody.
There's still more time in the window and a third launch opportunity if we need it.
All right. So now things will start happening a little more quickly as we count down from 39 minutes here. So my timeline says that the launch abort system is not armed. It is actually armed at this point. So it'll turn green here in just a second. But fuel loading going to start at about 35 minutes, and they'll start pumping fuel into the rockets. Get that second stage liquid oxygen flowing. They'll do the engine chill. They got to get the engines cooled down.
Mostly just waiting for the clock to get to 35.
They'll have to cool down the engines so they don't shock them with that super cold liquid propellant when it starts flowing for engine ignition. And it fills up pretty fast. I mean, if you think about it, right now the vehicle has 0 fuel in it. I mean, I shouldn't say 0 because there's some hypergolics on board. The crew capsule, particularly for the launch escape system, that has hypergolic propellants on board. So there is some fuel on board, but the main propellants that's in the Falcon 9 rocket, the liquid oxygen and the rocket grade kerosene, those are not in the vehicle right now. So the majority of that rocket, the big tube part, is completely empty. There's no fuel in it. So at about 35 minutes, they'll start flowing the fuel and fills up pretty quickly. So we are only 20% chance of violating launch constraints, which is fantastic news. The weather is looking much, much better. If you remember, we've got our map over here showing us our weather issues. The convective segment there, the little red section, that's this red polygon here. That is pushed to the east just a little bit. And then if we zoom into Cape Canaveral, we actually see we've got no precipitation really in the area. We've got this little bit out here. Not super concerning, it appears. If we look at the shuttle landing facility, winds calm, 10 statute miles of visibility. We've got scattered clouds at 1,100, scattered clouds at 3,500, broken at 10,000. It's actually, that sounds like a lot of clouds, to be honest. That was 32 minutes ago, though. It's kind of slow to update. So as of 32 minutes ago,
Yeah, we'll be hearing call-outs throughout the countdown up to the crew to let them know what's happening, both Falcon 9 and Dragon. And then we'll also hear call-outs on Ascent.
Yeah, and the Corps is keeping them updated so that they, there's going to be new sounds coming inside of the vehicle, and the Corps can keep them updated since they won't be able to see what's happening, but they might be able to hear it. So they'll be able to monitor, those familiar sounds or those expected sounds as the Corps is updating them with each milestone.
Now our next major event is...
All right, so going back, I was just listening in. They were talking a little bit. We'll check the weather here real quick one more time. But yeah, weather is looking very good. But also we have to keep in mind that we're not just looking at launch weather. We're looking at the entire corridor in case we have to abort. So most of it is looking great. The abort scenarios could put a landing here, could put a landing here, could put a landing here, up here, and then we have one final abort scenario that's out here by Ireland. Most of it all looking very good. The only thing concerning right now is this little bit. We do have a little bit of a stronger cell that does have some lightning in it. We can see that by the lightning bolt. And that's pushing towards Cape Canaveral. So we just have to hope that that's far enough away that it won't get there in time. Although, here you go. It just updated, and like now the arrows are pointing different directions. But again, we have this stationary front right here that's almost, you see the stationary front that's almost directly over Cape Canaveral right now, causing those two air masses to kind of fight with each other, try to figure out who's going to win out, the cold air or the warm air.
And great call out there. We just heard that the launch auto sequence has begun. This means that propellant loading has begun on Falcon 9. Now we are T-minus 34 minutes and 45 seconds from liftoff. Dragon was loaded with its propellants about a couple weeks ago, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragon Land. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. And for the fuel, we use monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for the oxidizer. Now together these propellants feed the Draco engines that maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario.
And again, now that fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad.
Now, some of you are very familiar with the vehicles.
So the other big thing that's coming up here in about 3 minutes is what's called the big T-minus 30-minute weather gate. So fuel is flowing now, which means they really think there's a good opportunity to actually launch. So this is great news for actually proceeding towards the launch. They wouldn't start fueling the rocket, just like we saw in attempt number 1. They got to the fueling part and they went, nah, we're not going to do it. We'll try window number 2. And so here we are at window number 2, and now they're fueling the rocket, which means they actually think that they're going to launch, which is great news. But the big weather gate that's coming up here at T-minus 30 minutes, and just under 3 minutes, or just about 3 minutes here, is that's a big deal, because once you get under 30 minutes, there's a couple of weather constraints that we cannot violate. The main one being lightning strikes. We can't have any lightning strikes under T-minus 30 minutes. So we need to have 30 minutes clear of lightning strikes. If we get under the 30 minutes and there's a lightning strike, we get a hold for weather. And meaning that it's probably going to be a scrub for weather, or at least a scrub for this attempt. I don't know. They may not be able to. I don't think they can recycle fast enough. Once they start fueling, I don't think they can recycle fast enough to go to the third window. So if they have to, if they have to hold once they start fueling, I think it'll be a scrub for the day. So we'll have to see about that. So we're coming up on that big weather gate, and then hopefully we'll be good to go from there. Let's check in here. Barry says, if it doesn't launch today, when is the next opportunity? It's a good question. I mean, they haven't. So I don't think. Let me see. Is there a backup one specified on the weather? There's not on this weather forecast, but I believe technically, like as far as the rocket and the team is concerned, I think they have another opportunity tomorrow to do it. However, I know they're starting to creep into conflict territory with other missions, and they may I had also heard that today was the last attempt before they had to push to October. So they are kind of running out of time before they have to have a long delay and push it out to October because of other missions that that need to get on the pad and need to get launched.
Like Atticus said, we have teams here.
So I think they would probably try again tomorrow if they scrubbed today, and if they have to delay any more than that, any more than a day or two, then they're probably going to have to push it till October. So thanks for that question, Barry. Barry said, good day. Enjoying your coverage, watching from Perth, Western Australia. Thanks for checking in Australia.
The crew operations and resources.
It's just a call out that said helium loading is starting. So everything's coming to life here now. Coming up on that T-minus 30-minute weather gate now.
Life support systems and communications with ground segments.
Different members of the SpaceX team will rotate through these positions throughout the mission.
Jacqueline Popelier. Jacqueline over on Facebook said, hello, Tori. It's almost 11 in the Netherlands. That's where I am. So I'm awake and following you. Great job. Well, thanks for sticking with us. It's been a long stream here. We've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes now. But hopefully only another 29 minutes to go. Plus, the 12 or 15, it's going to take 12 minutes to get to orbit. And we'll probably stick around for a minute or two after that. And then I'm going to bed, hopefully. Chris Purvis watching from Wichita, Kansas. Late night for you as well, Chris. Thanks for sticking around and joining us. Hopefully, worth it in 29 minutes from now. And in case you're just joining us, this is Polaris Dawn. One of the big things for Polaris Dawn is this is not only a really cool mission to follow, but they're doing this really cool bit that is, it's also a fundraiser for the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. So I'm also participating in that in collaboration with the mission. So if you're watching on Facebook, X, Twitch, Instagram, any of those platforms, you'd have to slide over to YouTube. And on our YouTube live stream, there is a fundraiser opportunity that you can donate to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital as part of the Polaris Dawn mission. 100% of the funds go directly to St. Jude's, and you can see the St. Jude's Hospital patch on Jared Isaacman's right shoulder there. And yeah, it's a really cool thing that they do. Not only is it a cool mission, but because they generate so much attention from this mission and people are interested and everybody's excited about it and they generate all this excitement, they take that opportunity and turn it into a fundraiser for St. Jude's. Not only are they like raising money for St. Jude's, but they visit St. Jude's. They're reading a book to St. Jude's patients on day 2 of the mission. So there's a ton of things going on. So if you have the means and you're so inclined, head over to the YouTube live stream and consider making a donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Let's see. Nina wants to know, when are they coming back? Yep. So it's about a 5-day mission. So we're expecting them to come back, sometime around like Saturday, Sunday range. Of course, weather dependent. But that's been part of the trouble with scheduling this mission is not only do they have to have good weather at the launch site, they have to have good weather at all the abort sites. They have to have good weather at the Dragon landing sites in case they have to immediately come back and land. And then they also have to have good weather at the Dragon landing sites 5 days from now. And so they really want to make sure that they have a good chance of coming back 5 days from now, because they don't want to extend there's only so many provisions on board. I'm sure they could probably extend the mission by a day or two, but they can't extend by a week or two, or they definitely can't do the 8-month thing that Butch and Sonny are doing from Starliner, because there is no opportunity to go to the International Space Station. Even in an emergency scenario, they cannot get to the International Space Station for 2 reasons. One, the International Space Station is out of phase. They're not in the same. They're not going to be in the same orbital phase, so they can't get there. They don't have the fuel. It won't be possible to get there. But even if they could get there, there is no docking port on this Crew Dragon capsule because they had to take it off in order to set up the Skywalker apparatus for the spacewalk that they're going to do. So there's no docking port. They can't even get there in the first place, so they need to make sure that the weather is great for launch, abort modes, immediate landing in case it was necessary, but then also they need to have a really good chance that the weather 5 days from now is also going to be good so that they can bring the astronauts home.
I called it an extracurricular activity. My brain is clearly tired. It's extravehicular.
Let's see. Guillermo still here at Stennis. All right, that's pretty awesome. Brian says, fingers crossed, this time liftoff. Hopefully. I'm hoping so. Kaylin Amanda's watching from the direct opposite coast of Florida from the Cape. The direct opposite coast of Florida. Is he on the west coast of Florida? I'm confused. From the Cape. Well, you might still be able to see it. A lot of people in like Tampa area have said that they can see the rocket exhaust, especially at a night launch like this, where you might be able to see the fieriness of the rocket.
Increasing the concentration of oxygen in the air. This process is similar to what is known as a safety stop in the diving community. This will give their bodies plenty of time to acclimate to the difference in pressure ahead of the EVA.
SpaceX designed the EVA suits for the Polaris Dawn crew, and they'll wear it during the spacewalk. The EVA suits protect the crew inside the spacecraft while also allowing them to leave the spacecraft when needed.
Upgrades include new joint designs that remain soft until pressurized while maintaining mobility, improved thermal management, and an upgraded helmet with an exterior coating that acts like a sun visor, along with a camera and heads-up display that provides information on the status of the suit during the spacewalk.
Let's take a look at the making of the suits that our crew will be wearing during the first ever commercial EVA.
So, yeah, interestingly, I mean, we'll keep this on the screen, but they're playing music, so I got to turn it down. But it's crazy to me that they've made the spacesuits, the EVA suits, they're a little bit bulkier if you look closely, but for the most part, they look almost identical to the IVA suits, the intravehicular activity suits, which is what the NASA astronauts wear when they go to the International Space Station. So they look almost identical, but it is an entirely different suit. This is an EVA suit that is designed for spacewalking. So it's a little bit bulkier, which you can tell if you look carefully at it. But I mean, they did a phenomenal job of making it look almost identical to the IVA suits. Like if you just looked at it in passing, you probably wouldn't even notice that it's an entirely different suit. And that's kind of crazy to me that they're able to do that. Because, I mean, you look at, like, the difference between the EVA suit that NASA ISS astronauts use and the IVA suits that they wear on the space shuttle. Like, they're just completely different. Don't even look remotely close to each other. But these look almost identical, which is kind of awesome. And they're pretty cool looking, I think. All right, 22 minutes. We're getting there. We'll see if we can actually get off the ground and get a launch here. So fuel is loading into the Falcon 9. We got second stage liquid oxygen. We still got to load in. We haven't even started that process yet, but that'll be starting soon. And they'll start the engine chill about 7 minutes prior to launch. Once we get under 7 minutes, things really start moving quickly. But yeah, we're still pushing forward, and we're hopefully going to see a launch soon. Again, we check out that weather real quick. You can see a lot of clearings here, so things are looking good. If we look at our METAR, 7 minutes ago, winds calm, 10 statute miles of visibility, few clouds, 1,600 feet. That's much better on the cloud front. Temperature 25, dew point 24, humidity's 94%. Welcome to the coast of Florida. But that was 7 minutes ago, so that's great news. The weather's looking fantastic on that latest update there. Also, to give us an idea of the trajectory of this particular flight. So here we are at the Space Coast in Florida, launching from Launch Pad 39A, heading to the northeast like this. Similar to when we fly to the International Space Station, you'll see we'll have a booster cutoff. That'll come back to an entry burn and a landing burn on the drone ship out at sea. So we will see a first stage landing. Second stage continues on. We get cut off right about here. And then we'll have Dragon separation. That's only about 12 minutes after launch. And then they'll be on their way. So they're heading up to the northeast. Somebody had asked a while ago, and I forgot to grab the question because we got distracted. But somebody said they were in North Carolina and they wanted to know if they would be able to see it. And I lost the question. Otherwise, I would highlight it on the screen. It's scrolled too far up. But if you're in North Carolina, I would say yes. I think you will be able to see it, especially if you're near the coast of North Carolina. So if you're anywhere near the pretty much almost along the entire east coast of the U.S. here, if you're by the coast, you probably got a pretty good chance of seeing it. So go outside and take a look. You might see some astronauts whizzing by. Check in on our helicopter here. NASA helicopter is currently on the ground, still active, but just kind of chilling there. Probably waiting to see if they're needed. So no aviation activity happening near the launch site, which is good because we don't really want anybody else there other than the NASA helicopter. They can go. That's about it. And yeah, now we're under 20 minutes here, pushing forward. Still, things are still good. Hopefully, we can get a good launch, and then I can go. I don't know. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to try to go to bed. So yeah, this is going to be a 5-day mission. Oh, there you go. There's a look at the Skywalker device. They're basically, it's kind of just like handrails to help get in and out. You can see it right there that they're loading it in. That's going in place of the docking port mechanism. So there is no docking port, but they have these handrails because they're going to need help maneuvering when they're in space, right? They they can't just they need something to grab onto to kind of move themselves around. So yeah, they got to be able to open and close the hatch. Again, there's no airlock on the Crew Dragon capsule, so the entire vehicle has to be depressurized. They have to take all the air out of the entire vehicle to do the spacewalk, which is kind of a risky thing. So all 4 astronauts will have to be suited up and fully tested and leak checked to make sure that they're ready for the EVA. Then they'll depressurize the entire vehicle. Then they will open the hatch. 2 of the astronauts will go out and do the spacewalk. The other 2 astronauts will stay in the vehicle. And then they come back in. Then they have to close the hatch. Then they have to repressurize the entire vehicle again. And then they'll be back to normal. So yeah, it is a pretty risky thing to do all of that. So it's going to be kind of, and especially knowing that the International Space Station is not an available safe haven.
This mission will fly higher
now we can see a lot of the venting happening on the vehicle. That's all completely normal. We got some normal venting.
Notably, they're going to perform the first ever commercial spacewalk.
And we're still pushing forward to Still pushing forward to a launch in 17 minutes.
Being loaded with propellants as we speak. That began at T-minus 35 minutes. The launch system is armed.
Let's see. So Nina asks why the entire vehicle. I think you're asking about why they have to depressurize the entire vehicle, and that's just because they don't have an airlock, right? The Crew Dragon capsule is small, right? So normally the way you would do it, like in the space station, is space station has an airlock. So the astronauts that are going to go on the EVA, they go.
Which I think is one of the most exciting parts about this.
The astronauts that are going to go on the EVA, they go into the airlock then they seal them in. There's doors on both sides. They seal them in the airlock. They depressurize just the airlock, and then the astronaut, when there's no pressure in there, then the astronauts can open the outer door and leave. They equalize pressure with the vacuum of space, basically. But Crew Dragon, it's too small. There is no airlock on there, so you have to depressurize the entire thing becomes the airlock, and the entire vehicle gets depressurized. That means that you don't want things floating around and leaving the vehicle, so everything's got to be secured. But yeah, they have to depressurize everything. They'll take all the air out of the inside of the capsule, and not only that, but they also had to put the Dragon capsule into a vacuum chamber here on Earth to make sure that the materials inside the Dragon capsule were off-gassed. So if there were any plastics or things like that, they had to off-gas all of those materials to make sure that they, no toxic fumes were sucked out of those materials when it was brought down to a vacuum during the spacewalk. So they had to do that ahead of time as well. A lot of planning had to go into this. So yeah, they'll depressurize and take the air out of the entire thing so the two astronauts can leave and then come back. So Chris Purvis, how high are they going to be for the EVA? So I don't know the exact altitude, but their initial altitude when they launch will be they're going to be in an oval shaped orbit the entire time. So their initial orbit is going to be 190 by 1200 kilometers. So 190 kilometers will be their close approach to Earth, and then the long part of the oval will go all the way out to 1200. That'll be the initial orbit that they get dropped off in at launch. Then they'll raise that to 190 by 1400. Then they will actually decrease that to 190 by 700 for the actual spacewalk. So they'll probably, I'm guessing they're probably going to be around the 700 area, 700 kilometers in altitude for the spacewalk. So I don't know if they'll be at exactly 700, but that will be, their apogee will be 700 kilometers. That's the furthest point away from Earth that they could get during the spacewalk. So they're going to bring that apogee in for the spacewalk. They won't be all the way out at that super far 1400 kilometer apogee. So I'm guessing somewhere around 600 to 700 kilometers is where they're going to actually do the spacewalk, depending on the timing of when they can actually make that happen. And that'll be on day 3. We're expecting that to happen on Thursday for that spacewalk, and they are going to live stream it, and so I'll probably cover it as well. Faza asked, was it the Gemini missions where they did the same thing, no airlocks on those missions? Yeah, the Gemini missions also had spacewalks, and yeah, there were no airlocks on the Gemini capsule either. So they did have to, they did the same thing, had to depressurize the entire Gemini capsule. They would do their spacewalk, go back in, and then repressurize the Gemini capsule. Yeah, the Gemini program is one of my favorite programs in space travel. So it's definitely one of my favorites. So we're getting real close. 12 minutes away. Second stage LOX loading has begun. Next major thing that's coming up is going to be engine chill, where they start to flow liquid oxygen through the engines to cool all the plumbing and the piping and the engines down so that they're not shocked when ignition comes and those super cold propellants flow into them. Remember, liquid oxygen that they use as an oxidizer is negative 340 degrees. The RP1 rocket grade kerosene is also chilled, but I don't think it's quite as cold as the liquid oxygen. But the liquid oxygen is the main one, which is super, super cold, negative 340 degrees. Very cold. So they chill down the engines. That starts happening at T-minus 7 minutes.
In my handy dandy notebook, and Sarah, who is our mission specialist on the far right-hand side of your screen there, was actually the core for liftoff of Inspiration 4. So I'm sure she's having a great 360 moment. Now, as we approach the last few minutes before liftoff, we have some well wishes for the crew.
All right, they're going to play some music here again, so we're going to turn that down. Oh, there's the Dino. And there's Dino and Space Kirby and Baby Yoda. I got all those guys are back here. Well, you can't see them. We'll switch to this real quick. They're in my background. You can't even see them still. Have enough cord? I don't have enough cord. Well, you just have to take my word. They're back there. You can kind of see the Dino right here next to my space station. Space Kirby is down here, and Baby Yoda's right above him, except my mic arm is in the way. There you go. Now you can see Baby Yoda right there. So they're all around. All right, back to the action. Mike, one of my favorite commenters, just because I like saying Mike. Said, Tori, why do they still land on a ship instead of on the ground? The landings work fine. Why do they still use the ship? What's your opinion about that? Yeah, so I'm assuming you're talking about the first stage booster. It takes more fuel to come back and do an RTLS landing. RTLS means return to launch site, which they don't actually come back to the launch site. They come to the landing site, which is close by. So,
to our SpaceX family, thank you. Today is all of our mission. You are launching with us. So many more cycles have gone into the stage. This is the dawn of a new future in space.
Coming up on T-minus 9 minutes and counting. Displays are configured for launch. We've heard from the crew. Core is giving them the ready to launch message. Now coming up here.
All right, let me finish this comment here about why they land on the drone ship instead of landing on land. So it takes more fuel to do that RTLS, to turn around and come back to land. Because if you think about it, right, when you're landing on the drone ship, the only burns that you have to do, you just continue on a ballistic trajectory, right? It's like you threw a baseball, it goes up, it's going to come back down. The easiest way to catch it is to just stand where it's going to come back down. Like, that takes almost no effort. If you want the baseball to stop midair, turn around and come back to where you threw it from, takes a lot of fuel. So they land on the drone ship when they have very little fuel left over, and they need to reserve all the fuel for putting the spacecraft into orbit. If they're going into an easy orbit and they don't need a lot of fuel, that's when they can turn around. They prefer to land on land too, because it's an easier and faster turnaround time, but they can only do that if they have the fuel reserves to do it, because it takes a lot more fuel to turn around, right? You just threw a baseball. That's called Falcon 9. You threw your baseball. It's in this parabolic arc, and the easy way is just stand at the bottom of the arc and you'll catch it. But the hard way is to turn around, come back the other way, and land. That takes a lot of fuel to do that. And so, yeah, they do it when they can, but it's not very often, because most of the time they try to use their fuel for launching the thing to space. That's kind of the whole point of this. So there you go.
Standing by for the call out for that engine chill initiation.
All right, now we're getting close.
Engine chill has started.
There's engine chill. So they're cooling the engines down.
There, as Kate mentioned, engine chill has begun. And we are loading propellants on Falcon 9's first and second stage. Second stage propellant loading for RP1 has completed. We're getting close to wrapping up propellant loading on stage 1. And while RP1 will be completed around the T-minus 6 minute mark, liquid oxygen loading will continue on both first and second stage as we get closer to the T0. So we should hear a call
Stage
out.
1, RP1 load is complete.
Perfect timing. Stage 1, RP1, or the fuel for the Falcon 9 vehicle has completed on the first stage.
Yep, so next big milestone.
Now coming up next at around T-minus 5 minutes, we should hear a call out that Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count. This is similar to the startup phase of the count for Falcon. It's essentially when the vehicle takes over control of the count and starts to operate on internal power and on internal computers. Of course, Falcon 9 enters the startup phase at T-minus 1 minute, and Dragon will transition to configure for terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes. Got a great view right now of both Dragon on the left side of your screen and our 4 crew members on the right. We are now approaching the final minutes of the countdown here.
Iggy over on Facebook said, what is their mission? So there's kind of 4 aspects to this mission. Number 1 is they're setting an altitude record for a private space flight. This is also going to be the furthest humans have flown in space since the Apollo days. They're going way past the International Space Station. International Space Station is about...
Tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
International...
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
The International Space Station is at about 400 kilometers. They're going to 1,400 kilometers, way past the space station. They're also going to do the first commercial spacewalk. So SpaceX has developed some brand new EVA suits for this and some new procedures and hardware. They're going to be testing all that. They also have Starlink laser communications. This will be the first human spacecraft to do laser communications.
Strong back is retracting.
All right, so there's that call
That's pretty exciting as well. And then number 4 is they have over 40 science experiments from 19 different partner institutions that they'll be conducting. They have all kinds of medical research on board. You know, they have special contacts that they're going to wear for a period of time to do some measurements of their eyes while they're in space. So all kinds of cool research happening as well on the flight. So those are kind of the 4 aspects of the flight. And then on top of that, again, the mission is also in partnership with St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, so it is a fundraiser for them. If you're watching and you want to donate, you can head over to our YouTube stream, youtube.com/OLHCN, and use the fundraiser option and consider a donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. It's a pretty cool cause that they generate all this attention, and because of all the attention, they direct that towards generating funds for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. So I am participating in that fundraiser as well over on our YouTube live stream. So if you have the means and you're so inclined, consider donating to St. Jude's.
Of stage 1 liquid oxygen loading.
Are they not at risk of the Van Allen radiation belts at that distance? They will travel through the Van Allen belt. They'll travel through the inner part of the Van Allen belt. So yes, they will do that, but it's not a big deal. A lot of people think that's a big deal. It's not. We can travel through it.
Load complete.
Okay, there's the call out.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Dragon's on internal power. First stage, propellant tanks are loaded. Next major event, approximately T-minus 2 minutes, liquid oxygen load completes on the second stage. After that, at about T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds or so, we will tell the crew to expect loud venting as we depressurize and drain the lines up the side of the strongback. And then as we get down inside the last minute 45 and then 1 minute, we'll get Dragon into countdown. Falcon 9 computers will go to startup.
Yeah, so the Van Allen belt's not a big concern. It's just not somewhere you want to stay for a long period of time.
There we go. LOX loading complete on second stage. All major propellant activities are complete.
Here we go. We're going to see a
It's an auto idle.
big vent at T-minus 130.
States in its flight computer. We'll begin venting down the lines.
Gas closeouts are starting. Expect loud venting.
There we go. So the plume you see coming off of the strong back here, that's normal.
Space Lapser Nation, this is Space Lapser Control. Give me a go, no go in chat for Polaris Dawn launch.
Flight termination system armed.
Make sure that we're all ready.
Goes. So let's listen into the last 66 seconds of the countdown.
FTS is armed, Falcon 9 is in front of us and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Here we go.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
Go for launch. Here we go. Oh, this is exciting. This is so exciting. Here we go. Next up, ignition.
T-minus 30 seconds.
$15. Here we go.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Vehicle switching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Go, baby, go.
T plus 35 seconds into the Polaris Dawn mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9 to new heights.
Power and telemetry nominal.
And we're throttling down in preparation for max Q. Next call out, the vehicle supersonic. And there on the left side, we got the Polaris Dawn crew.
Supersonic.
There's Max Q. Thumbs up from Kid Poteet.
Thumbs up from the pilot on the left side there.
Max Q.
We're throttled back up to power.
1 Bravo.
1 Bravo.
And
That's
we
an
heard the
abort.
call out 1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
One
That just
Bravo.
tells the crew what would happen should they need to initiate anything.
That's
But right now, everybody making nominal callouts on Falcon 9.
1 Bravo is in abort mode. That's the second abort mode.
Nice views from the ground camera and nice view from inside Dragon.
MVAC chill is underway.
The announcement lets us know we've begun the final chill of the second stage engine in preparation for its activity coming up at about T plus 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
I like that they're showing us the crew during ascent.
2 minutes into flight. Everything continues to look good. We'll have, in half a minute, 3 major activities. Shutdown of the 9 Merlin 1D engines, stage separation,
throttle down,
and then ignition of the second stage engine.
Throttle down.
Throttle down. We're holding a constant acceleration now for the crew, just below 4 Gs.
Oh, don't
See, we're
fail me
coming
now.
up 70 kilometers. Preparing for MECO.
There's
main
Miko.
engine cut off.
2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed. Copy, 2 Alpha. MVAC ignition.
As you can tell by the cheers behind us and the views on your screen, the first stage booster now on its way to attempt landing on Just Read the Instructions. Second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that the first stage has not yet reached its apogee. You can see the altitude there.
We heard another call
Lots
out
of
where he
thumbs
said,
up
they
there.
said 2 Alpha. That's another abort mode. So that's the first abort mode under the second stage. Oh, and you can
Now
also,
3.5
if you look carefully at that right hand camera, you can see some pulsing from some thruster activity.
First stage continuing to make its way up to its apogee. We'll see that altitude begin to slow down.
Dragon SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Great news there, indicating that the second stage trajectory is looking good. Now the grid fins have deployed on the first stage. If we get first stage views, we might be able to see the Florida coast in the background. Oh, they're right there. Yeah, we sure can. Once again, our drone ship is attempting to land on, our booster is attempting to land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. Now, the next event coming up will be the entry burn, taking place around T plus 7.5 minutes. This burn will utilize 3 of the engines on the first stage. That helps to slow the booster down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Dragon copies.
Trajectory nominal, so
Following
that's
the
good.
entry burn, we will see the landing burn, and that'll be around T plus 9 minutes. That one will be just a single engine burn. And that will bring the booster down for a soft landing on our drone ship.
So
around the same time as that, we expect to see Dragon be injected into orbit. Everything continuing to look good for second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen. Beautiful glow with that MVAC engine nozzle. We can see the crew settling
Dragon
quite.
SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Still nominal, that's good. We're about 1.5 minutes away from
Crew
entry
seems
burn.
pretty comfortable there at T plus 6 minutes. They're at about 4 Gs. And
4 Gs.
everything looks good.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good G load. 4 Gs, pretty good.
First stage continuing its descent back down to planet Earth. We can see the crew remain with their visors down in the locked position. That'll remain that way until they are in orbit. Everything continuing to look great with the second stage engine burn there, as well as the
Dragon SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Dragon copies.
Everything's still nominal. We're coming up on
We're about
entry
30
burn.
seconds away from the first stage entry burn. This is the first of 2 burns that the first stage will perform. Designed to help reduce the amount of drag experienced by the first stage.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
Stage 2 flight termination system has now safed.
All right, standing by for entry burn begin on the first stage, there on the left-hand side of your screen.
There's entry burn.
And right on time, you can see on your left-hand screen that the entry burn has begun. There's 3 engines lit on that first stage vehicle. And this is about a 29-second burn and helps slow the vehicle down as it's re-entering the Earth's atmosphere.
We should hear a 2 Charlie, or 2 Charlie?
You can
2
see
Bravo.
that the engines have now shut down on that first stage. That concludes the entry burn.
2 Bravo call out.
And the cool part about this, with the stage 1
know
vehicle
if they'll
returning
call
back
that
to
out.
Earth, is we get to fully utilize the atmosphere. The atmosphere actually
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
The atmosphere actually scrubs about 70% of the velocity on the vehicle. So we use that entry burn to help slow the vehicle down. Then we utilize the atmosphere and the drag from the atmosphere to slow the vehicle down. And then we do have one single burn for the landing burn.
Shannon.
Copy. Shannon.
So I think that's
And next
that's 2
up
Delta.
will be SECO 1, and that is second stage engine cutoff 1, and that'll be on the second stage. That MVAC engine on your right-hand screen will shut down and allow the vehicle with Dragon attached to coast.
MVAC shut down.
And there's that shutdown. And the landing burn on the first stage should be starting up here momentarily. And there it is. Landing burn has begun for...
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system disarmed.
Copy that, SpaceX, and we show the scene.
They're in orbit. Here's our landing.
And a lot of
Good
events
landing.
happening right there, but you can see that the stage 1 vehicle has touched down. Just read the instructions. A very excited crowd there.
Yeah.
Here in Hawthorne, we've also confirmed MVAC engine shutdown and orbital insertion of the second stage with the crew on board.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty impressive crowd for 2:30 in the morning here.
Oh, there's a 0G
we can
indicator.
See the crew enjoying their first taste of
Little-
microgravity
little
there
dog
on
or
the
something.
left-hand side of your screen. Now that the MVAC engine has shut down, they are able to just kind of float free. We might catch a glimpse of the 0G indicator. Can't quite tell if they've...
Yeah, we can see it.
Oh,
We
it
see
looks
it.
like it's in the upper right-hand corner. It'll come back into view here. Once again, they will keep their visors on until given the okay by core here on the ground.
We're waiting on Dragon separation here. That's
At
gonna.
this point in time, the Dragon
It's about 1
and
minute
the Dragon
away.
trunk remain attached to the second stage. Second stage is basically safing itself in preparation for the separation from the Dragon trunk. Of course, the trunk will remain attached to the Dragon capsule all the way up until the point in which we begin re-entry operations. The trunk is what will help provide power to the Dragon capsule while it is on orbit using its solar arrays. Looks like our first clear view of planet Earth there, our first of many for this mission. And the next event coming up will be the separation of the Dragon from the second stage.
So we should any second here. We'll come up on Dragon separation right about now.
I believe this view here is...
There we go.
Yep, it's of the trunk. We can see it separating from the second stage.
Look at that view. That's a cool view right there.
Gorgeous view.
Wow. That's a great view.
We can see that Polaris
Dragon
Dawn...
separation confirmed.
And copy that, SpaceX, we show the scene.
That's a cool view. Wow.
Polaris Dawn flying free into the sunrise. We're now at T plus 13 minutes and 5 seconds into the mission. Next major event will be nose cone deploy.
Dragon, SpaceX. Today you embark on a journey not just for yourselves, but for all of humanity. Each of you has trained tirelessly and prepared rigorously for this moment, the moment where we reach higher into space than ever before. As you gaze towards the North Star, remember that your courage lights the path for future explorers. We trust in your skills, your bravery, and your teamwork to carry out the mission that lies ahead. Know that the entire team back here is with you every step, watching, supporting, and cheering you on as you walk into space. We are sending you hugs from the ground. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn crew. May you make history and come home safely. Now words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. The Falcon team is honored to have helped you start your incredible journey. We hope you enjoyed the ride. The whole SpaceX family is looking up to you. Godspeed and good luck.
LD, CE, message received. We appreciate the kind words. We wouldn't be on this journey without all 14,000 of you back at SpaceX and everyone else cheering us on. We appreciate it, and we're going to get to work now.
Some really nice words there from our tonight's launch director, Frank Messina, who, fun fact, was also the launch director on Inspiration 4, as well as chief engineer for this mission, Jared Metter. Really nice to see some endearing, or hear some endearing words up to the crew.
Well, and with that, the Polaris Dawn crew, they're now in orbit. T plus 15 minutes, and they are scheduled to spend up to the next 5 days in space. We heard that tone for a minute. We thought we might hear from the crew, but they're going to spend the next 5 days in space before splashing down off the coast of Florida.
The Polaris Dawn crew is the Polaris Dawn mission is the first mission in the Polaris program that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. All of this while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. You can learn more about the Polaris Dawn program and the Polaris program at polarisprogram.com.
This mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century ago.
Nose cone.
And there it looks like we can see some nose cone separation action happening. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to test the Starlink laser-based communications in space.
Over the course of the mission, we'll be checking in periodically with the crew. Next up, Dragon will initiate a 2-day pre-breathe process to prepare the crew for their upcoming spacewalk, and that'll be this Thursday, September 12th.
Dragon SpaceX nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts, and nose cone open is in progress.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are tracking.
And again, that's Thursday, September 12th for that spacewalk, so please be sure to tune in for our live coverage of this historic milestone.
And of course, we will also be back to bring you live coverage of Splashdown when the crew returns back to Earth. You can stay on top of any potential live events from the crew by following us on X at SpaceX.
And keep tabs on the mission with the Dragon Tracker at SpaceX.com. With that, it's been a great early morning. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here soon.
All right, so that's the end. They are in orbit. They finally made it. We'll grab a couple questions, then I'm going to wrap up. But here's the Dragon Tracker. I forgot all about the Dragon Tracker here. You can actually see a live shot of where Dragon is right now. This is on their website. You can see the exact location of Dragon right there. Pretty cool. Like that. That's already updated from the launch. So this is just at SpaceX.com. So there we go. They are in orbit. Finally, they've made it. We finally got a launch off. I've been up all night. Let me grab a couple of questions that I saw come in during the launch. We'll answer those real quick, and then we'll wrap up and we'll get out of there. I saw Kiwi Aviator said, "Why did they separate the trunk?" They didn't separate the trunk. What they separated was the entire Crew Dragon and trunk module. So it was still, that camera view that we were looking at was from the second stage of the rocket. Do I have a second? I don't know where my second stage went. I have a second stage somewhere. I'm not sure where it is. I lost it. But anyway, so that was looking from the second stage at the rocket. They had to separate, or at the capsule, they had to separate the Crew Dragon capsule and the trunk, and we were watching the entire thing float away from the second stage. So yeah, that'll stay attached. The trunk itself will detach from the capsule right before re-entry. So it is still attached to the capsule. Carol wanted to know what the trajectory of this launch was. This was headed to the northeast. It's a 51-degree inclination, so it looked something like this here during launch. So we can see the direction that it went from Florida, and now it's all the way up here near Ireland. If we look at the Dragon tracker, you can see it already passing near Ireland right now. So yeah, that's the Dragon tracker at SpaceX.com. Let's see what else we've got. Did I miss any other quick questions that I can answer? There was a lot of people commented that it's very little shaking or vibrating. I thought there would have been more. Yeah, it's a super smooth ride. There wasn't really a lot of shaking or anything. I saw KDB made a $15 donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Thank you, KDB, for donating to the fundraiser for St. Jude's. 100% of that money is going directly to St. Jude's as part of the Polaris Dawn fundraiser. So thank you, KDB, for donating. Joe Deb, where can I have a link for trajectory? You can go, the SpaceX.com has the Dragon tracker. If you want to play around with trajectory simulations, you can go to flightclub.io. How long will they stay in orbit? It's a 5-day mission, so they'll come back around Saturday, maybe Sunday at the latest. So 5-day mission, they'll be in orbit. Faza wanted to know at the time, what's the scenario if the second stage does not ignite? If the second stage doesn't ignite, the abort system would trigger. So that would be a 2 Alpha abort, and they would be landing right off the coast of Nova Scotia in that abort mode. Carol said, is this the 4th flight of this booster? Yes, this was the 4th flight for this booster, which landed successfully on the drone ship. Also, are they using laser comms on Starlink? Yes, they will demonstrate Starlink laser communications. So there is a laser communication system inside the trunk. The back end that we were looking at there, inside the hollow part of the trunk, there is a Starlink laser communication system. So they will, when they do that demonstration, they will turn and point the trunk back towards Starlink to do that communication. All right, so let's see. A couple people, Faza said, thanks for staying up, providing awesome commentary. Thanks for staying with us. Appreciate it. Andicon Max, every time it's great to see you streaming this moment. 100, my first option for watching together. Well, I'm glad that we were all here. Glad we made it through. I'm exhausted. I've stayed up all night, and now I need to go to bed. So I'm gonna whip out of here in a hurry. We've been going for 5.5 hours. I'm glad to see them in orbit finally. We'll probably live stream during their spacewalk. Hopefully we'll live stream their landing. So we got a exciting couple of days coming up. Thursday for the spacewalk, Saturday sometime, maybe Sunday sometime for the landing. So stay tuned. Subscribe to the YouTube channel because I'll put up another live stream event so that you can get reminders when we go live so that you don't miss it and you can join us live, or maybe join the Discord if you're a Discord kind of person. You can join the Discord at overlookhorizon.com/discord and join our space community. Chat it up with like-minded space folks, and you also get notifications there when I go live too. So, can you see the capsule in the sky when it goes over? Maybe. If you have the right lighting for it, you might be able to see it. But it's going to look like a satellite. I mean, it's not, it's small. It's not like the space station. It's much smaller. It's not super reflective, but it's possible that it could look like a dim satellite going by if you have the right lighting. Yeah, I would say maybe. That was from Christian. I wanted to know if you can see the capsule when it goes over. So. All right, everybody. Well, it's been a fun time. I got to go to bed and get some sleep. Glad you all joined me and hung out for a little while. And we'll do this again, hopefully Thursday for the spacewalk, because that'll be pretty exciting. All right, everybody. My name's Tori. This is Overlook Horizon. I will see you hopefully Thursday. Have a good day, everybody. Take care. Bye now.